Resolution. 5 nations were against, of course, including Russia, North Korea, and Syria. 35 nations abstained. Among those were China.
Fox's Eric Shawn at the UN. Russia's attack on multiple Ukrainian cities continues, though, and oil prices surge again, hitting $110 a barrel. President Biden visiting Wisconsin, about to speak on his domestic agenda. Staying prepared and avoiding shutdowns. That's the thrust of a new COVID strategy.
Following Tuesday's State of the Union address, the White House's COVID-19 task force now sets some new goals and policies, including the further surveillance of coronavirus spread, says CDC Director Rochelle Walensky.
So that we can readily detect variants of concern or interest. Each week, CDC analyzes genomic sequences from all 50 states and uses these sequences to understand and map the spread of variants across the country.
U.S. health officials will gather data collected in ERs to further watch where viral transmission increases.
Fox's Ben Brown, the plan aimed at driving down serious illness and death so a more normal life can move forward. Opening statements at the first trial over the Capitol riot. Guy Wesley Reffitt charged with bringing a gun onto Capitol grounds, interfering with police officers, and other counts. A federal prosecutor tells the jury Reffitt lit the match that started the fire, playing a leadership role in urging other rioters to charge a line of police officers. His defense attorney says there has been a rush to judgment by the prosecution. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Manado 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Fitbit issues a recall for about 1 million of its smartwatches.
According to the Consumer Product Safety Commission, Fitbit has received at least 115 reports in the U.S. of the lithium-ion battery overheating. The agency said it received 78 reports of burn injuries, with 4 reports of second-degree burns and 2 reports of third-degree burns. And customers can check whether the Ionic watch is affected by checking the model number on the back of the device where the wristband attaches. The recalled watches were sold at national retailers as well as online through Amazon.com and Fitbit.com between September of 2017 and December of 2021. And consumers are urged to contact Fitbit to receive prepaid packaging to return their device for a $299 refund. Ted Linder, Fox News.
A UN panel takes aim at plastics pollution in the world's oceans, rivers, and landscape, agreeing to create a legally binding global treaty. That sets the stage for international negotiations. The goal is to produce a plastics pollution treaty by 2024. Surprise as a bulldog gives birth to a green puppy.
The dog named Freya had a litter of 8 when one of the newborn pups came out the unusual color. At first, the owners thought that the pup was a stillborn, but all of a sudden, she began moving and is completely healthy. The green color is believed to result from contact with green bile that was in the mother's womb. The photos, absolutely adorable, as some doctors say that the odds of being born this way are about 1 in 10,000. The family now getting name suggestions, and among them, Fiona, the princess from the movie Shrek, who, of course, is green. Mike Unzelman, Fox News.
An hour to the close on Wall Street. A rally continues despite oil prices now topping $112 a barrel. The Dow's up 644 points. The S&P and the NASDAQ also up more than 1%. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the eVolt 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The eVolt 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. eVolt 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Howdy and half a day, folks. KFC's Colonel Sanders here. KFC is your go-to place for Lent. All of my delicious KFC Lent favorites are back this season, including the seafood Kelguin, popcorn shrimp, the seafood twister, the wasabi fish sandwich, and the fan favorite, the KFC shrimp burger. And just like my famous KFC chicken, the entire Lent menu is available for delivery. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Off a day at 6:06, I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Well, the decreasing number of COVID cases is resulting in the reworking of the government's isolation facilities. The JIC report this morning saying that the Bayview Hotel, which has been used for the last several months as an isolation facility in Tumon, is no longer going to be used as a facility, and GovGuam will continue to provide some rooms for self-isolation, but only on a case-by-case basis. This alternative lodging will be at the Garden Court Hotel in Tumon. Now, individuals who do test positive for COVID-19 may still use the facility. However, they will have some strict screening criteria for the facility and will be handled on a case-by-case basis. Meanwhile, the Department of Public Health has also reported 226 new cases. This is out of 820 tests that were done the day before yesterday. 50 of those were reported from the Department of Defense. They're also reporting a lowered number of people at the hospital with COVID-19. There are now 27 people admitted with COVID-19, 2 patients admitted to the intensive care unit with 1 on a ventilator. And as of yesterday, the vaccination clinic at the University of Guam Fieldhouse has been closed. The vaccinations will now be administered out of the Guam Community College on Fridays. Walk-ins will be accepted. However, residents still urged to make their appointments on their Eventbrite website. And the missile defense launcher from Guam is being deployed to Rota, the Joint Region Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson, saying that the missile defense is the #1 priority for Indo-Pacific Command in this region. And testing the THAAD's remote launch ability bolsters our defense of CNMI, fortifying our layered defense in the region. The THAAD is moving its launcher to the Rota Airport from the Anderson Air Force Base. The aircraft from the 15th Wing, based out of Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam in Hawaii, will move the equipment from Anderson. And the Guam Election Commission continues its search for a space to hold its early elections, and this is for both the primary and the general elections. The director, Maria Pangilinan, says that the space needs to be available for about 5 months from July 1st. In the post, the GEC is looking for about 5,000 square feet and preferably within about 3 miles from their main office in Oka. We'll have more news right after this. A former middle school counselor accused of sexually abusing at least 2 of his students has denied charges against him. 72-year-old Dennis Romano, responding to the first complaint filed against him in May of last year. The alleged victim in the first complaint claimed that Zermeno sexually molested him up to 100 times back in 1981. The response filed on Wednesday states the defendant denies all allegations made against him. He's scheduled to appear in court on March 10th before Magistrate Judge Mike Berdalio. Last month, the second victim filed a similar complaint saying that Zermeno sexually molested him back in 1981 while he was in the 7th grade at Agata Johnson Middle School. And the Post also reports an MMA fighter charged with attempted murder and aggravated assault has denied his charges as well. 27-year-old Roman Alvarez appeared virtually, pleading not guilty to all the charges contained in the indictment. He's represented by attorney Jay Arriola. He's alleged to have struck another individual with his car in a parking lot in Tumon. The victim was sent to the hospital with injuries. A power outage has caused some issues with the electronic payment system at the GPD office at the Hakoboten building. The outage caused an early closure of the administrative offices. They are open as scheduled today, but may still be able to only accept cash and checks at this time. And did you see them? Leonardo DiCaprio and Tobey Maguire spotted in Tumon yesterday taking pictures with locals and greeting children near the Dusitani. No word on what they're doing here or where they're headed. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
There are actually words. There seems to be. Because I was talking with somebody about it, and it was like, oh, they're going to be doing an environmental documentary or something, and they're going down to Palau, or maybe they're going to hang out at Bali or something like that. But they're like through here. I thought that they might have snuck in with the carrier fleet. Like maybe they were doing something, it's like, hey, Kim Jong-un trusts us because I'm Spider-Man, and I was in Blood Diamond, and I will get to Kim Jong.
You would think that there was a little bit word, like somebody at the airport would have spotted them. Customs.
Everybody has spotted. Gee, my life would be complete if I'd had pictures of Leonardo DiCaprio. And
that's what I said. I told you, I said, did you know these guys came in and you didn't say anything to me?
Normally,
because I would have been like stalking them with the grandkids.
Oh yeah, Uncle Carl would have took them to Aruna and showed them some real stuff.
Exactly. So, it's one of those things. But of course, that spurred a number of lookalikes. I was walking around Tumon yesterday, and a lot of people thought I was Leonardo DiCaprio because he's got a beard and I've got a beard. And if you got a mask on and glasses, all bearded white guys look the same.
Well, man, I saw somebody scaling the cliff yesterday, and I was like, surely that can't be Spider-Man.
But so you got to get to Twitter, guys. You got to get to Twitter, and because the jokes from the locals about Tobey Maguire and all of that. I mean, I think Toby's supposed to be doing some like par video or something like that, which is meaningful to the people that follow you around on all that. But they're here, and don't take them to Harmon though, because there's a lot of abandoned vehicles and junk.
I did notice that a lot of the massage parlors are open this morning.
That's not because of Tobey Maguire. and Leonardo DiCaprio.
That's because of James Howard. He's preparing for the ship.
They're here. They're here. The Tumon is absolutely revitalized right now. You have thousands of sailors out here, and they're all being led by a guy named Rear Admiral J.T. Anderson. So this is what I was reading while you were doing the last parts of the newscast, because it's kind of interesting. The guy that's in charge of the Carrier Strike Group 3, Rear Admiral Jeffrey T. Anderson, a native of Fayetteville, Georgia, graduated from the United States Naval Academy in 1991, a Bachelor of Science in Aerospace Engineering. He subsequently entered flight training and was designated a Naval Aviator. You got to say it like Lou Gossett, an officer and a gentleman.
Yeah.
Aviator. In 1994. He holds a Master of Arts in National Security and Strategic Studies from the Naval War College. Now, operationally, that is at sea, he is served in numerous fighter squadrons. And I'm telling you, I love the names of these things. We've got one going on. What's it? It's
Talon. Something.
Talon. Yeah. Talon. Yeah. Is that like tomorrow or Talon Lightning? That's the first thing I thought of when I saw that from the Navy. Anyway, so here's some the assignments that he has been part of. This admiral, Sunliners of Strike Force, the Marauders. He commanded the Raging Bulls of VFA 37. And deployed multiple times in support of Operations Deliberate Forge, Southern Watch, Enduring Freedom, Iraqi Freedom, and Inherent Resolve. And now here for Talon Lightning. But this is the kind of star power.
Man,
what's his call sign, dude?
He was part of the Totu Marauders?
Totu Marauders,
wow.
Yeah.
Is that his call sign, Marauder?
I don't know what his call sign is. It doesn't say. He's got one. He's obviously got one. Ashore, Anderson's assignments include duties as Top Gun instructor.
Ow, I'm going to break out my Kenny Loggins record, man.
Fly me right through the danger zone. Top gun instructor and training officer at the Naval Strike and Air Warfare Center, training officer and operations officer. This guy, and a partridge in a pear tree.
But he's handsome too, Ray.
We've got some signal that's... We'll see him. I'm sure we'll see him down in
explains why all the
Tucson.
ladies were dressed up this morning in Tucson.
Just absolute. We're just surrounded by fame and fortune and some serious talent around here. It kind of repositions all of our local leadership, doesn't it? Anyway, 6:15 in the morning.
Well, half a day and welcome to Guam.
Everybody, welcome to Guam. I hope nobody broke into your car. I was worried about that.
Still a little bit around here.
No. Just make sure leave a guy outside at the car. Depending on where you go, it's always a good idea to have somebody watch your stuff. Partly sunny in today's forecast. Highs near 87 degrees. East winds 9 to 14 miles an hour. Mostly cloudy tonight with lows around 77 degrees. East winds 9 to 13 miles an hour. Expected mostly cloudy skies on Friday. Highs near 85. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow night. Hey, off a day. What's up with that? Let me just take a quick look at the weather gizmo and find out what's going on. Why are we going to be seeing stuff like that? We've got some snot down to the south of the island in the Marianas right now, but it looks like it's going to be moving through unless those winds from the south are going to be carrying that through the Mariana Islands. It looks like that's a possibility, at least. With the heat index today, it's going to feel like 92 degrees, 30% chance of rain. Sunrise this morning, not until 6:36, and sunset's going to be at 6:30. Now, don't be shy. I know a lot of people down wandering. You know, did you see some of that? A lot of people kind of wandering around the Deucet yesterday.
Yeah,
it's like they were they see they're looking for Toby Maguire.
It's called stalking.
Or DiCaprio.
Yeah, there's a word for it.
And some people are like, leave them alone, man.
What are you doing?
Just leave those guys alone.
I'm looking for Pokemon. That's what I'm doing. Searching for Pokemon. If I just happen to see Leonardo DiCaprio and Toby Maguire, that'd be great as well. 6:17 in the morning. There's news and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 67 and a half years.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Go green. Go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Oh, yeah. 6:18 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines. A global presence with a local home, also being brought to you by Wendy's. And I love Lent because at Lent, Wendy's sends over what is easily one of my favorite scripts in the world to play with. Wendy's is now serving their crispy panko fish fillet sandwich. Wild-caught Alaskan fish fillets. And that wild-caught by actual Alaskans, right? I mean, they're out there and they're in the water, fighting off the bears, getting that fish out of the ground for you, out of the water, served crispy golden brown, and then topped with a creamy dill tartare sauce, pickles, lettuce, American cheese, all on a soft toasted bun. Have it in a combo with fries and strawberry iced tea. That's the way to do that. Panko, crusted fish fillet sandwiches, and more at Wendy's. Now that's better.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
It's 6:19 in the morning, and the images, there's three images that I'm going to associate, maybe for the rest of my life, with the invasion of Guam by Leonardo DiCaprio and Spider-Man. There's the one, and he's standing with one of our pars down at Deucet, where Toby Maguire's in the guy that looks like Joe Coy.
Ah,
you know,
yeah.
You know who I'm talking about?
Ah, man.
I'll get that picture up a little bit later on, and then there's this picture here that was one of the first real batches of Leonardo DiCaprio sightings that was taking place yesterday, and it's a picture of Leonardo, obviously. Well, I don't know. Obviously, he's got a mask and he's got a big hat on, and I can't really see much of his face. But apparently, the ladies over at the Deuce saw enough of it to be able to see that. Now, a friend of mine posted up on the social media, says, until I saw this picture, I'd forgotten it was Ash Wednesday.
Oh, yeah.
until
you, guys.
Until he saw the little girl with the ash on the forehead, he's like, oh, that's what I got to do. Is there mass at 6? I better go.
I was questioning the validity of that ash there, because I went to mass yesterday in PD, dude, and they sprinkled it on my scalp.
They what?
They sprinkled the ashes on my scalp, and they did that
touch.
to everybody. They didn't touch our foreheads.
Is that it?
Yeah, I guess it would be dependent on.
It just happened, dude.
Get the mayor on the line.
Right away. Mayor Alec.
Mayor's
best right
it
away.
was the no touch.
Yeah, I guess it was.
But but Biden said we're out. Biden said we're done. Did he not? I'm looking at the.
I saw them smirking last
night.
night.
Oh my God, State of the Union, and I made the mistake, right? So I'd gone to. I actually had lunch at Doucet yesterday with a bunch of people, including Vice Speaker Tina Rose Munoz Barnes, and a number of other people that were hanging out there as well, and all of us just completely oblivious to the idea that somewhere lurking in the hotel looking for Pokemons was Leonardo DiCaprio and Tobey Maguire. Although it's possible that I might have seen them in the ocean, but when you've got ships in town, two guys swimming together in the ocean in front of Doucet is not an uncommon sight. So it's not like it'd go, hey, there's two celebrity-looking guys. There's another one of these another one of these guys on Twitter said, yeah, so I'm walking down the street in Tumon, I see a guy. I said, wow, that guy looks like Tobey Maguire. And he goes, it's freaking Tobey Maguire. How do you do that? And Toby, I've on my Twitter, a little bit more of the hero worship going on. But I was cruising on Twitter last night, and Tobey Maguire, hold on, let me get to, had retweeted one of, there's a local tweeter, and he had retweeted something about, or he had tweeted something about Tobey Maguire. Tobey Maguire got it and retweeted that.
Oh,
so
wow.
Tobey Maguire is like retweeting guys. So if you post anything on Twitter, use his Twitter handle, Tobey Maguire. That's his Twitter handle. So include that in the tweet. He's reading his tweets on Guam in real time and might even retweet yours. So put in some fancy Ava de Chimo stuff in there. But getting back to the whole masky thing, because we were talking about that yesterday at the State of the Union address. After I was done eating lunch over at the Doucet, I went there and I had a couple of big waves at lunch. Okay, 6, and then went home. And I thought, well, I want to watch the State of the Union address. And it was bad, Real Joe. It was bad.
I know. I watched it too, man.
Multiple big waves, and then you've got that just Biden-ness that's coming into your head, and you're going, how? In my mind, I'm sitting there going, how are we going to pay for this? He doesn't have to pay for this. We have to pay for all of this. But with regard to COVID, according to Vox magazine, he says he laid out the path forward on COVID to a newly unmasked Congress, which is one of the things I hope you saw when you were watching it. Biden's message on COVID-19 aimed to thread a needle that the worst of the COVID-19 pandemic is over, and the government still wants to help America fight the virus. Can you do both of them? But with almost no one in the House chamber wearing masks, it was evident that many in Congress are ready to move on. Quoting Biden now, I know you're tired, frustrated, and exhausted. Tonight, I can say we're moving forward safely back to a more normal routines. And I'm immediately thinking, I wonder if anybody over at the governor's office is listening. And sure enough, Real Joe.
Oh, yeah.
They came out with there's a statement. Oh, everybody over at the governor's office. Let me see if I got this here. Governor Lulian Guerrero issued the following statement on the State of the Union address. Quote, our administration stands wholeheartedly with President Biden. Now is the time for us to focus on rebuilding our future. After 2 years of balancing the health of our people and economy, we have demonstrated how we can do this responsibly, guided by the trusted data. Got to throw that word in there, trusted data, I don't know who you're talking to. There were a bunch of medical people I was having lunch with yesterday, and they had all kinds of questions about the data that they were seeing. At any rate, that has supported our progress throughout this pandemic. Well, if we stand wholeheartedly with President Biden, if Biden and the CDC that works for him is saying that we're done with masks for about 70% of the country and a growing number of towns and counties that are meeting those benchmarks, what are the metrics that we are to meet around here that will guide us to lifting the ridiculous mask mandate, the social distancing, gathering restrictions, and for once and for all, first of all, apologize to all of the executive branch employees that you threatened, and then tell them they don't have to, worry about getting vaccinated or testing every week. But hey, gomena sai.
Sorry for that.
Hey. I don't know what I was thinking. It's crazy. Josh said do it, and I was like, no, but Josh says, yeah, do it, because you're bad. Go ahead. They're all going to be in the vaccine club. 6:25 in the morning. Lots and lots to get to, and I'm trying very hard this morning to pace myself. One of the other things that I did is I was listening. It's not an ego thing. It's training. It's called an air check. And I was listening to the first half hour of the show yesterday. And literally, if I slowed down just a little bit, I could have made that last the entire hour. The first 15 minutes of the program, just unbelievably fast. Anyway, so I'm glad that you're listening fast. I'm going to see if I can pace it out a little bit more, because frankly, there's not that much to talk about today. It's Tobey Maguire and Ukraine, right? That's all we got?
And River Phoenix?
River Phoenix.
I hear Drake was in town. He was over at Sumai Payless looking for hot sauce.
They're everywhere, Ray.
Lionel Richie?
Hello?
Is it me you're looking for? It's 6:26 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Have I got a list of people lined up that I want to say, God bless you and thank you for listening to the broadcast here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Aren't you Leonardo DiCaprio? Aren't you Tobey Maguire? Okay, here's the... Okay, I'm
How
going to
do
do
you
it.
say that and then say, aren't you? I mean,
Aren't
how do you recognize them?
And not.
Paint me like your French girls, Ray.
Here's the thing.
I guess I'm a lousy fan because I wouldn't recognize anybody.
The last time that Guam was as starstruck as they seem to be
Now,
today.
Menudo.
Oh, yeah, Menudo.
No. The last time. Not the 80s. The 90s, and we were all lined up, thousands of us up and down Tumon, waiting for...
Mariah?
No. That was a closed event. You remember when they opened Planet Hollywood?
In the 90s. Oh.
Planet Hollywood. Charlie Sheen.
Oh, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
And?
No?
Well, they didn't show up. Like all of the major
Because
players.
you kept calling
Sylvester
him
Stallone
Charlie.
sent his brother.
This is Charles. You
Yeah,
call
you
me
kept
Charles.
calling him Charlie, so of course he's not going to come.
So Charles Sheen, and Don Johnson, apparently they were having a hot tub party over at the Westin or something, and it took them forever to get out there, and people had been lined up all morning long. But I mean, they came and waved at the crowd and threw out T-shirts that said Planet Hollywood on it, and then everybody
They were
went,
here, man?
They were here.
I don't remember, man.
Those two guys were here, and the island was absolutely starstruck with all of that. And I'm feeling kind of largely the same thing that is going on here with and I'm not unhappy about that. I like the idea, but I remember I had Charlie Sheen on stage, and I leaned in, and I'd been doing MC thing all day long, so I was kind of tired, and so he finally gets up on the stage and he's waving at the crowd, and I said, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's Charles Sheen, and maybe you've seen him in a bunch of movies." And he reaches over to me and says, "I'll bet you can't remember the name of one of them right now." And all of a sudden, off the top of my head, I had that weird senior moment, and all I could think of was Platoon.
Risky business.
Wow. Yeah. That was him.
Oh my God! So I'll do you all a favor. I don't know why they're here, and I don't know when they're leaving. I don't know when they came. But study up
But don't get on a boat with that.
on your movies. On your movies. So take a look.
yeah.
Think about all your favorite Leonardo DiCaprio
Leonardo.
movies.
Yeah, don't get on a boat with him. You know what happened the last time.
Loved you
Never let go,
in Don't Look Up. Yeah. Hey, I think the boat still sank, bro. thought you were going to save all of that.
Brim, you're alive, Brim?
Now, Tobey Maguire has been in other movies besides Spider-Man. Anybody?
Well, he was in one really boring
He was a
one
little
on
kid
Netflix
in one
recently.
movie, I think.
Was it the horse racing movie, right?
Oh, yeah.
There was a horse racing
So
movie.
he fell in love with a stallion. I think that was the movie.
No, that's James Howard. Okay. He's
There
already
was
on
one
that.
on Netflix recently where he was like a 911 phone operator, emergency phone operator, and it was so boring.
So my point is, find out what those movies
Oh,
were, because everybody's going to go to him and say, "Hey, Spider-Man! Hey, I remember you.
Spider-Man.
What's eating Gilbert Grape?" You want to be able to come in with some like almost kind of obscure little
bet.
deals.
Is he the Spider-Man that wore a fake butt?
Oh, wow.
They all do. I'm wearing mine right now. all right. Let's go through this because we've been yakking for too long. It's already time to take a break, and I don't want to do that. So let's just keep the program going. Mike Grace Bloch coming in number one. Love that couple. Joey Kichitu. I see Mark Cruz doing his wave here today. Ismael, completely undistracted by the Leonardo, the star-studded Tuman Bay that we live around, says the White House claims that the lifting of mask mandates the night before the State of Confusion address is merely coincidence, that their intentions are never to mislead nor misinform the public. And they also believe that men can give birth and have periods, so I don't know about any statements that come out of the White House. Rico B's online. I see Nate Horn. Wishing everybody a good morning. Joey Kichitu is online. Aditha Camarillo, Felix Bamba, Daniel Hippolito saying good morning. Well, good morning, Dan. Glad you found us. Auntie Bennett Lujan Duenas is online. Matthew Galendez, the mom of the program, is Pam Duvall, and she is watching. You know, I just when it's Pam, I wanted to say Pam Duvall is watching you. So stay out of trouble. Be good. Dennis Larson says, aloha, MFers. See you all in a few weeks. You go. He knows why DiCaprio and Maguire are here, guaranteed. Post Captain saying, good morning, all. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez online.
Bring it back, man. Please.
Bring them to Runao.
Yeah.
Take them up to the ranch, Gov. Take them up to the ranch.
Show them how it's done.
With some of the hot Japanese influencers that the GVB has got out in town these days. And the drone.
Opportunity.
Drone camera. I'm just saying. I agree
And
with
they
you.
can smoke marijuana while they're here.
Oh, sure, yeah.
There was a sighting at one of our favorite vape shops. We'll see if we can get more on that. Yeah, really. Tim Zediker online. I got that Joy Unpinko, Auntie Bennett Lujan Duenas, Dennis and John Ray Titano's there. Nick Perlowski, Hoik, and Juanita Machi hanging out. Dale Audette is hanging out with us this morning as well. Buenos Zen Holiday to Jerome McDonald. Robert Luty is watching the program. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, and yesterday was Love Whopper Wednesday, but check out the fish sandwich for your next trip at the drive-thru at Burger King. Hafa Sarah Lake is online. Eunice Mendiola, Naomi Titano. I see Dennis Benzer. Dennis, tell me you got it in better than 4. I got Wordle in 4 today.
Wow.
I was my start word was radio,
man.
Radio, and for today, radio was unhelpful in the Wordle. Carlene Harker, John Duenas, MP Ogozo, and Titano. I see Lauren Michelle watching the program. Joanne and Lisa Rose. Tina Garcia, Gemma Bustamante is watching here, but she's by Streamule, so she will watch like Rico. She'll watch on the Facebook side and see what's happening over here, but she'll also hang out with the hardcore boys on the YouTube side and see what's going on over there. Lena McDaniel, Jay Rojas is online.
Hey, pretty Jay.
Assuming he's out in Hawaii because he's saying aloha. Jerome McDonald says Kim Kardashian is officially divorced now. Make your move, Real
Good
Joe.
for her.
Oh, yeah. I don't
She
need that
broke away
smoke,
from
man.
crazy.
I don't need that smoke, bro.
No,
Yeah,
but,
you skeet.
Not for a lot of that money.
But
Oh my
the
gosh,
guy
you'll
was
be
it was Kanye, right? The husband was
You'll be
Kanye.
the focus of
Oh,
Kanye's
yeah, it was
next
Kanye.
drop.
He's got a. They're
Who will be her
talking,
next victim?
They're talking about a Kanye radio on the thing. No, I'm serious because so apparently he's got a new song or a new album out.
Yeah, it can only be played on a certain
and on his streaming platform.
Yeah.
So here's my $9. Here's my $9 for that. Let me see. Jay Roas, Richard K. Billy, Colin Clark hanging out here this morning. I think it's almost time, if not this week, another picture next week of Ray Ray the pig over at Colin's place, because it just seems to me that that animal is getting bigger and bigger each day. Are you having to go to your neighbors' houses now and ask them for leftovers to feed the pig with?
Yeah, slop.
Exactly. Cousin Troy online, that is Troy Torres. He was at the luncheon yesterday as well.
Oh, my Cholo was there.
Yeah, he was. Him and Eric, and I was I helped out. There it is. Eric Rosario says, "Thanks for the pugwa, Ray."
Were you the only one that ate meat there?
Oh. No. No.
Okay, never mind.
Come to think of it, I don't know if there's anybody. There was a bunch of sailors that were sitting behind us, and somebody ordered something like like a fried fish sandwich or sashimi. I think it was sashimi that they ordered, and didn't realize that it was raw fish. You would think in 2022. That everybody on the planet globally now knows that Japanese will eat sashimi, which is a variety of raw fish and raw, pretty much fish animals that come out of the sea can be made into some kind of sashimi. So he kind of gets the thing and he looks at it and literally hollers out an expletive, holy blank, something, raw fish. And now he was surrounded, fortunately, by people at the table that had lived further than 3 feet away from where they were born, and we're trying to describe to him what a delicacy sashimi was and how to eat it. That was a fun trip. I don't know if Cousin Troy has that on tape today. Good to see you there, cuz. Pat Saho, Chris Rabbit, Carl Meyer, 1 week countdown to getting back to Guam. Right on, Carl. Hey, tell you what, it's only 14-day quarantine now.
Oh, wow.
No, kidding. I'm just kidding. So, but
gas is $10, bro.
But the other conversations were people talking about, because this is a well-traveled group, and everybody was saying, "Hey, Ray, Manila's open. Hey, Ray, Manila's open." Like that's some big. It's like going to Mecca if that's religion. If you're not Mormon, which one am I talking about?
Protestant.
Correct. Absolutely correct. Trina, San Augustine, Mariah Carey in Tumon. Oh, my God, Rupert laughed so hard at me when I cried after seeing her. This is true. This is true. Trina and I were there for the arrival of Mariah Carey at the Hilton, playing around with. She had a dog named Guam, and she couldn't bring the dog with her. So we found Mo Cotton, who had the exact same duplicate of the dog like Guam. And so she's out there frolicking the ocean, playing with Mo Cotton's dog, and what a beautiful, lovely day that was. Dennis Benzer online. Let me see. I got Sherry Iriarty, Therese Uggan, pretty Sarita Garin. There it is. Seabiscuit is the movie that we're talking about here today. Sarita Garin and
Seabiscuit
and a couple of other ladies who I shall not name avoided the Tumon area last night. So if you're wondering if they're like, hey, sailors, new in town, as far as I know, they were well south of Tumon last night. When is online. Sonia Uggan, Benita Manglotya. Hey, there's my accountant. Ray Gibson, but will they admit their portrayal in Molly's Game? Okay, look it up. It'll be on the YouTubes later. Tropic Thunder. He said Toby was in Tropic Thunder for like 20 seconds. John Ray says they're here to shoot Titanic 2. Leo's hoping Toby will share the door on this one. Benita says reason why the THAAD is being moved to Rota, it's just an exercise. And like I said, it's got a fancy name. It's Talon Lightning. I can't say it any other way now. It's talon, like a claws of a hawk or an eagle or something. Birds' talons. But I looked at it and I thought it's going to Rota, so everybody up there is going to call it Talon Lightning. Marilu, you got to be from around these parts to think that's funny. Marilu Berseman is there. Tony Rodriguez. Harvey Egna, soon-to-be Senator Harvey Egna is online. Oh, my God. Morning Maid. Janine Bloss is watching us. JB, that's Jim Bonanno, is hanging out with us last night.
How you doing?
Took friend 3.5 hours to get out of Terminal 3 the other day in PI. I heard that. All right, so I'm hearing that. Terminal 3 at the Ninoy Airport in Manila. It's the one. United flies in and out of that one. They've got a nice little walkway that will get you to the Belmont, so you can start drinking at 8 o'clock in the morning at the incredible pool that they've got up there. But anyway, apparently There are multiple lines. Immigration line out the back. Out the back. So plan for a whole lot of extra time. The good news, though, that I'm hearing is that from BCG to Manila, it's like 10 minutes. It used to be an hour ride, 10, 15 minutes now. So, you can account for all of those things. But, yeah, JB, I'm hearing exactly the same thing. The workaround is apparently pretend that you were part of the flight crew. So follow the flight attendants. You got to you've seen the pilot, flight attendant,
carry their bags,
whatever. Yeah, exactly. Just and what? Because they're gonna stop you and say, "Excuse me." They might stop you. This is Manila, after all. They might stop you and say, "Excuse me," and you just start talking to him in Chamorro. And they'll okay. We don't know what you're saying. Just go in this line, and you'll be all right. Uncle Carl, take the celebrities to Aru now. Serve them shrimp Kelligwin, then swing by my house on the way back to Tumon. Eric Rosario, Gina San Nicolas, Henry Menglotya, and plenty more watching the program. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Hit the share button and tell me what you're seeing and what you're thinking. Pam was trying to share the program the other day, and for some reason it was unshareable. It wasn't showing up in all the pages that she wanted to send it to. But try it out today. We'll see what happens. Also got word for a time last week, the Ray Gibson Show on YouTube could not be viewed on the computers that were attached to the DOE internet network, and I don't know why, because we're all cool that way. And for some reason, Dennis Benzer pointed this out to me. Remember last week or earlier this week we did a show, and it was grayed out. They put one of those things in there, like it might have some dicey images or graphical images of a graphic nature. Yeah. So they grayed out the preview screen on the show. Now, obviously, as far as I know, we didn't show anything more graphic than my face.
Yeah.
Might have been one of those weird YouTube things. I don't know. Well, think about that. But the internet is getting weirder and weirder every single day. 6:41 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Montecillo Tyrant with our first big look at news and headlines, traffic, and more on the way. But first, we'll start with this. Hafamana, what happened?
Well, it would appear that we are ramping down the pandemic with the closure of the vaccination clinic at the University of Guam. And now word that the isolation facility at Bayview is being closed. GovGuam will be handling the isolations on a case-by-case basis and using rooms over at the Garden Court in Tumon. The Department of Public Health reports another 226 cases of COVID-19 this morning out of 800 people tested, and the number of people at the hospital also down to 27 this morning. The plastic bag ban in full effect here, and while the island prepares for another portion of that bag ban to be implemented, which will include paper bags, a bill is up for a public hearing this morning that will look to extend that portion of the ban to at least January of next year. The virtual hearing starts at 9 o'clock this morning. It's being chaired by Senator Sabina Perez. Those are your top stories here on The Point.
All right. At 6:42 in the morning, there was yet another celebrity sighting yesterday. And what? Is it true? Could it be 6:42 in the morning? And we've got a picture here of a guy. I don't know this guy. He's standing next to.
That's Benny Pinalla.
The very tall. Oh, there it is. Okay. The very tall and handsome General Don Goldhorn.
Oh, that's right. He's the general.
He was
I thought that was Lee Holmes for a second.
General.
He's a real general. That's right.
That's
right.
of the National Guard.
There is the tag from a long, long time ago. You're looking fantastic. Hope that you're going to be in town for a little bit. Hope we get a chance to rub shoulders. I've always called it. We were at Rotary Club together for a while.
Oh, yeah. Did he give you a coin?
I think I might have one of his coins. I don't know. I've got so many, Joe. I've got so many. I'm hoping to get a coin. Bro. I'm hoping to get a coin from the commander of the Carrier Stripe Group, Rear Admiral J.T. Anderson. And I promise, Admiral, I won't sell it on eBay. I promise. That's a thing, bro.
It is a thing.
That is totally a thing. if you get a coin from somebody and they're of a high enough rank, you can sell that on eBay, social media. Somebody will come out and buy the thing. But anyway, so with Gold, I'd known Goldie for a long, long time, even before he was super tagged, and I've just always called him Goldie. And I remember I was up at the Garden Readiness Center, and we were doing something, with these tag award things going on. And I was doing something, and I referred to him out loud as Goldie. Oh, my God. His circle of guys were like, hey, man, you don't call him that. You call him General. That's General Don Goldhorn.
Just drop, Ray.
Drop. Give me 20. And I was okay, all right. I tell you what, when we're in your shop, I'll refer to you as General. And he's like, no, Goldie is fine. Goldie's fine. So however you refer to him, I just want to say, welcome home. It's always a pleasure seeing you. 6:43 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. We'll get in some traffic here in a sec.
Be in the know. Want to keep your family safe from high-tech trouble? Introducing Bark Jr., a new online parental control app that's free for GTA wireless and internet customers. Bark Jr. monitors apps and social media, manages online screen time, and filters websites to protect your family from inappropriate online content. Sign up for any GTA postpaid wireless or internet service and get Bark Jr. for free today. Call us at 671-644-4482 or visit us at gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
It's 6:45 in the morning. The real Joe told me I'm supposed to do a commercial, but I wasn't listening because I was laughing too loud. I couldn't. Somebody, you know what? Clearly, guys, the meme machine is online here this morning. 7978255. This was a picture. This was a picture of Leonardo DiCaprio taken after dinner last night.
Like Guam food.
Everyone, hey, who finished all the shrimp patties? And then there's a picture of Leonardo DiCaprio. I forget what movie this is from.
He's the Django.
The Django.
But they made him look really heavy here in this picture.
Kind of gordo in that picture. All right, 6:45. Too much fun at somebody else's expense. We'll try to get over it. 888-8255, 888-TALK is the telephone number around these parts. If you have not yet had a chance, I want you to swing by the nearest Subway. They've got some great new sandwiches that I want to tell you all about just as soon as I get my hands on the script. You'd think I'd have it memorized by now. I don't, and I'm not going to ad-lib it, so we'll just be right back with something else.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Ying and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Beautiful morning. It's already lined up. Here it is, sunrise over at Pirates Cove this morning. Put these up on the screen and give you an idea just how awesome everything is as the sun is breaking over Thursday morning on the eastern side of the island. Thank you, Jeff, for sending me these pictures. Let's take a look at what is happening on the roadways in and around. Well, I was not going to say we don't normally look at the eastern and southern side of the island because there's just never any traffic down there. What's a big day when the trash thing rolls through twice? Right? Anyway, 647. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot happening. Guys up at Anderson Air Force Base, that entryway looks like it's running a little bit slower than normal. Southbound Marine Corps Drive looking groovy all the way to the intersection of 1 and 3. Your mileage may vary, but that's what it's looking like right about now. Don't see a whole lot of other than intersection traffic through there. 8, 10, and 16. Busying up, but not so bad. 10 and 15 also running a little bit busy here this morning. It's still way too early to get anything major going, but expect some delays as you're making your way into Big Navy in Sumai at 647 on the point.
Chili's has the seafood you crave and the flavors you love this Lenten season. Indulge in delicious Lent-friendly soups, salads, appetizers, and entrees, like our loaded baked potato soup, quesadilla explosion salad, our savory Cajun shrimp pasta, or our mouth-watering grilled ancho salmon. Ask about our black bean burger options, like our tasty mushroom Swiss or old timer with cheese. This is a limited time offer, so hurry in and enjoy all the tasty Lent options this Lenten season. We're located on the second floor of Tumon Sands Plaza. At Chili's, savor the moment.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
Studio time, 6:48 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at Subway. Found it. Got the thing now, and it's good.
We go,
Subway. Keeps the Eat Fresh Refresh subs rolling in. There's a fresh take on your timeless classics. Try the honey mustard rotisserie style chicken, the new Subway rotisserie style chicken with a flavor upgrade. Craving some heat? Try the Baja Turkey Avocado. It will hit you in all the hot notes. Tuck into new subs to savor at Subway. Eat fresh.
The Ray Gibson Show. Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
Any speaker, anytime. You know, it's going to get bigger. You have always been able to say, Alexa, play 93.3 The Point, or Alexa, play KUSG on TuneIn. And Alexa has always been able to do that. But I have been working on a skill that doesn't require us to go through TuneIn. It will allow you to go straight to our stream. And near as I can tell, it should be out any second now. I got word from the guys over at Amazon that the skill submission has been accepted. And all I'm waiting for right now, and I pass by my Alexa at the house every day. Alexa, play the point. And all kinds of weird and random things pop up when I ask it to play the point. But at some point, you will be able to say, Alexa, stream The Point, and it will do it for you. 6:50 in the morning, 888-255-888-TALK. A couple other folks have joined the stream. Let me just say hi to them. Gina St. Nicholas and James Schmidt talking about Carmen Electra was here. I remember seeing pictures of her in the water.
Oh, wow.
Do you remember where you put those?
Yeah.
Is it there? Here's the problem with all of that is people are going to dig out those old pictures, and the resolution is going to be crappy. Because remember, we were taking pictures on Nokia phones, right?
Flip phones.
Flip phones back in those days. You know, what was the resolution? 12 megapixels. Yeah, how about that? We'll put this in there. Don't worry about storage. I got 64K right here and 20 megs of memory. Don't worry about that, bro. Henry McLutnia online. I got Big Sister Shelly watching the program. Hoffa, Lindsay Kanata.
Hey, my girl, Lindsay.
She says, kiss my sissy for me. Pam Duvall, I'm not sure what she's blaming you for, but says, whatever it is, it's Real Joe's fault. Too many times. Catch and release doesn't work for Real Joe. He is unreformable. Shameful. I should put him up for adoption. Oh.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not.
Pam Duvall says, Eric, put Governor Torres' face on that picture of Leonardo. Classmate Nolly Laurenti online. Jeanette Suzuki. Off a day to you, Anna Marie, Sarita Garin, saying thanks for the pictures, Jeff Pleadwell. Ed Buendicho, a.k.a. Bandit, is watching the program. Joe Bumba, John Mike Beneventi, Mike Grace Blas, Vivian Castro Leon, and Ryan V.M. De La Cruz. Half a day, and good morning, my Point Familia. Blessings to you all. Thank you for your time. And Michael Jordan says, pray for, not that Michael Jordan, the other, our Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan McCleary says, pray for Brandon.
Prayer sent.
Yeah, noted. I lit a candle for the man, as a matter of fact. The whole Brandon thing is that's been fun to play around with. I was kind of hoping I'd hear somebody holler that out at some point. You know, like towards the end of the State of the Union address. Didn't happen.
It didn't.
It didn't happen. It just did that strange "go get him" was what he said. So wait a second. Who do you want to go get him? Do you want the Uranians?
What?
You didn't catch that part. Okay, let me see if I've
From Uranus? No.
Exactly. Okay, serious now. Serious, Real Joe. Uranus is trending on Twitter right now because there's a lot of people looking up the word Uranians. Yes. Because our brilliant leader there in the midst of the State of the Union address, I think I got a video here that we can play, Real Joe. Let's see what it's got.
Putin may circle Kyiv with tanks, but he'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people.
We're not actually.
Oh, I love it, man.
The Iranians. What are you trying to say, sir? Because if it's Iranians, as far as I know, we're not at war with them right now, and I don't think Russia is attacking them. It's one of those moments where he started with Ukraine and ended with Iran in his head, and it became Uranians. Hence the theme for our program here today: we stand with the Uranians. Go get them. And I don't know who it's not like, it's like the scene you remember in Animal House when John Belushi's out there and he's like, take him now. Yeah. So what did we give up when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor?
What?
Let's go. And so he's like, go get him. And I'm trying to figure out who it is that he's sending to dispatch who, because near as I can tell, we have not declared war on anybody, right? I checked the Twitter this morning. It doesn't say anything in there about World War III. So as near as I can tell, it's just going to be us and skirmishes if the Chinese try to take Taiwan. That, I think, is something that we're going to be limited to. Or if Russia actually tries to do something shirty with the NATO countries.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know. There's a whole lot at play right now.
We sent a delegation to Taiwan, Ray.
What's that?
We sent a delegation to Taiwan.
Yeah, and I heard that pissed off the Chinese. See, you might be joking, but we actually did.
We did.
Yeah, and the Chinese are really unhappy about that. Going, you're not supposed to. It's like you're talking to my chick. Huh? Are you bad? Finito? Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question, really? Because there's. I think you sent it to me. There's a link of I'm not sure. I think he's seen in my descent.
Oh yeah.
And he does this video somewhere in the States, and he's like really mad at somebody.
He's angry. I think at Governor Torres. I think he's a Saipanese living in the States somewhere.
Are you
the
making a
background
mockery
looks
of me?
No, man.
Okay. I'm just
Havavini?
Havavini. And then that's the question I got in my. Who is Vinny? How's this thing? Anyway, 6:55 in the morning. Now, some of you might be wondering if we're actually going to get around to doing some kind of newsy, talky thing here this morning. The talk is easy stuff. I got plenty of items in the table of contents, but number one, as Mana had pointed out to me earlier, this is kind of a nothing news day. So unless the governor makes some kind of response to Biden's statement, time to open up our community. Oh, wait a second. Biden didn't say that. Congressman Mike Nicholas said that. He said, we share the president's sentiment that it's time to open up our community, support people getting back to work, executive to normalize managing COVID like we do all other illnesses and diseases, and get all of the relief money that Congress made available, to include the over $400 million this administration is sitting on, out to our people.
Yes, sir.
Nicholas said.
Talking about my guy.
I'm kind of curious. So Mike Nicholas says this. I will endeavor at some point today to reach out to members of the Republican Party, including, and I don't know if Real Joe, do we have his number? You know how to contact him? You can
yes,
send him
I do.
You can send mine messages.
I do.
I'd like to hear former Governor Felix Camacho's take on the State of the Union address. And I'd also like to hear Governor Felix Camacho say and agree with Biden in this case, and apparently the administration and Congressman Mike Nicholas, that it's time to open up our community. Mask mandates.
I think Biden actually got it from Felix's talking points last week, because he said the same thing when he was sitting right here.
There is that possibility. I don't remember exactly what it was.
So I think he heard the conversation and he said, put that in my speech.
Get that in there. There's brilliant things coming out of Guam, USA, and 93.3 the point. So yeah, get that. Speech writers, I know we've started and stopped the speech thing 17 times, but I think we've got to make sure that is included, because Felix Camacho is a brainiac here on Guam. Again, the Carmen Electra thing is in my head. I might show that picture a little bit later on. But I'm curious now, because is it possible, given the nudge now in the State of the Union address and a comment made by Congressman Mike Nicholas, the last time we had a change in COVID restrictions, et cetera, came after Mike Nicholas had spoken on it, and came after Felix Camacho and Tony Atta had spoken about it. And then sure enough, oh my God, Ray Gibson can eat inside. Yay! And where did I go for lunch yesterday? Tossie over at the Deuce, which is outside.
Nice.
But I did have that, I had that feeling of almost moral superiority over at Deuce. I parked in the green floor, 3, I think. And went inside, and you got the soy sauce restaurant and the buffet, and then there's a set of these beautiful stairs that go down. And I realized that I wasn't wearing my mask. But you know what, Real Joe? I didn't care.
You didn't turn around.
I didn't care. I didn't go. No, I had it. I just wasn't wearing it.
Oh, okay.
And I looked down. Over at the front desk. They've got there the very fashionable Deuce front desk, and I looked down at the guy, and he's got his mask on. He kind of looks at me, and he looks at me, and he goes, Maverick, Renegade, go right ahead, sir. Redhead went all the way through the lobby, down the stairs, all the way through the other lobby by the spa. That's it. I'm not putting my mask on.
Man's man.
Then I walked outside, and everybody around the table that I was going to sit at, they're all wearing their masks. You know who's upset about that? I've got another video I'm going to play for you because it's too late to really spin anything up here on the program. So let me see if I can get this video up on the screen. Okay, this one. Oh, take your time, Joe. It's got to populate. Let's see if it comes up with an actual video. There it is. COVID theater. Ron DeSantis is having is making some remarks with the University of South Florida, and he's got all these kids in there. As you can see on the video right now, he's walking in, no mask, and he's looking at a bunch of people, students obviously of USF, that are standing behind the podium, and here it comes.
You do not have to wear those masks. I mean, please take them off. Honestly, it's not doing anything, and we got to stop with this COVID theater. So if you want to wear it, fine, but this is ridiculous.
Listen.
All right. Well, it's good to be at USF.
Doesn't it sound like the
that
noise?
was everything for me, that sigh.
One more time, in case you missed it, you do not have to wear those masks.
I mean, please take them off. Honestly, it's not doing anything, and we got to stop with this COVID theater.
And
so if you want to wear it, fine, but this is ridiculous.
We've got to stop the COVID theater. I love that. That's why I think this guy's going to end up being the next president. Stand by one. It's time for Fox News on the Point.
Is more isolated than ever. I'm Lisa Brady. Fox News. Those words from President Biden just a short time ago in Wisconsin after last night's show of support for Ukraine on Capitol Hill during his State of the Union address.
Together, we send an unmistakable signal to Ukraine and to the world that we, the United States of America, stand with the Ukrainian people. We stand with them.
He says when the history of this era is written, Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. But for now, Ukraine remains under attack with deadly shelling in the second largest city, Kharkiv, and a miles-long Russian convoy still outside the capital. A member of Ukraine's parliament, Kira Rudik, telling Fox News.
Well, the intentions are very clear. Putin wants to siege the city, the capital where I'm located right now. The convoy is indeed very long. However, our army is attacking it from the sides, biting pieces of it. So less and less pieces will come to Kiev.
Ukrainian officials reporting a powerful explosion in central Kiev, an area near the defense ministry. President Zelensky's office telling the Associated Press it was a missile strike. It was also near a railway station that's been part of the complex used by thousands to flee the war.
British intelligence says 5 Ukrainian cities are now surrounded. Russian forces claim today they captured a strategic port city on the Black Sea north of Crimea. U.S. officials dispute that claim, saying the city remains contested. Russian and Ukrainian forces also battling for Kharkiv, the country's second largest city in the northeast, a target for some of the 450 missiles Russian forces have fired into the country since the start of the war.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson, one top Ukrainian diplomat urging the West to send bombs for Ukrainian Air Force jets. Oil prices soaring past $110 a barrel today. America is listening to Fox News.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Their services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Gag orders and racial issues among the topics on the table at the first court hearing over last year's deadly Astro World Music Festival in Texas.
It was the first time lawyers handling the nearly 500 lawsuits filed after 10 people died and hundreds of others were injured during a massive crowd surge at the concert back in November held by Travis Scott. met District Judge Kristen Hawkins, who issued a gag order on the case, stating she didn't want lawyers making their cases in the court of public opinion, which could possibly influence the jury pool. Also, civil rights attorney Ben Crump noted the majority of victims killed or injured were black, and the majority of attorneys representing them were white. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
A social media giant makes another effort to curb disinformation about the war in Ukraine, in part by highlighting aid organizations and official government channels.
Twitter unveils a list of trusted sources and news sources on the site. It says users can turn to with real-time updates about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Twitter rolling out several updates to prevent misinformation tied to the Russian government, including labeling tweets with links to Russian state-affiliated media sites and reducing this content's visibility.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. Meantime, Google is blocking mobile apps connected to Kremlin-backed media. It already removed Russian state publishers from its news-related features and YouTube. One of the world's elite soccer clubs is suddenly for sale because the owner could be hit with sanctions targeting Russian oligarchs. Roman Abramovich, who owns the English Premier club Chelsea, has denied ties to Russia's president, but confirms he is trying to sell Chelsea, calling it in the best interest of the club. A rally on Wall Street despite those soaring oil prices. The Dow up nearly 600 points at the close. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Subway keeps the Eat Fresh Refresh subs rolling in with the fresh take on timeless classics. Try the honey mustard rotisserie style chicken. It's the new Subway rotisserie style chicken with a flavor upgrade, mizzled with honey mustard on hearty multigrain bread and topped with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Craving some heat? The Baja Turkey Avocado hits all the hot notes. Oven roasted turkey stacks high on hearty multigrain smeared with smashed avocado and drizzled with the piquant chipotle sauce. Tuck into new subs to savor at Subway. Eat fresh.
When one of my family members needs to be seen by a medical provider for an illness or injury that's not life-threatening but still requires immediate medical care, I go to the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. With convenient hours, no appointment needed, and medical providers I trust, I know my loved ones are receiving quality medical care. I trust the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. You can too. For more information, go to www.fhpguam.com. FHP Health Center, the island's only truly dedicated urgent care.
Off a day at 7:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. The plastic bag ban in full effect here, and while the island prepares for another type of bag ban to take effect, a bill is up for a public hearing at the legislature this morning that seeks to delay that implementation. The bag ban will soon include paper bags at local businesses, as these businesses will be forced to stop issuing paper bags or face fines and penalties. But Bill number 245 seeks to extend the date of implementation for retail and wholesale establishments, looking to extend that to January 1st of 2023. The virtual hearing will begin at 9 o'clock this morning. It also appears the pandemic is ramping down with the closure of the vaccination clinic this week at the University of Guam, and now word that the isolation facility, which was being held at the Bayview in Tumon, is now closed. Gov Guam continues to provide rooms for self-isolation, though, on a case-by-case basis. The alternative lodging facility said to be at the Garden Court in Tumon. Individuals who test positive for COVID-19 may still use the facility. However, they have strict screening criteria for that facility. Public Health, meanwhile, also reporting another 226 cases of COVID-19 out of 820 people who were tested on Tuesday. Of those cases, they said 30 were reported from the Department of Defense. The number of people also admitted to the hospital is down to 27, with 2 people in intensive care. And as of yesterday, as I was mentioning, the vaccination clinic at the University of Guam has been closed. Vaccinations now being held at the Guam Community College Multipurpose Auditorium. They are asking that you make an appointment via Eventbrite. However, they are taking some walk-ins on a case-by-case basis. We'll have more news right after this.
Oh, what's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
A man who's been dubbed by the Guam Daily Post as a serial robber will appear in the Superior Court before a grand jury this morning after taking part or after having a dozen robbery charges filed against him. 21-year-old Santino Addy appeared for a return warrant hearing in a separate case. The court set a hearing for March 31st to discuss potentially revoking his probation for the misdemeanor case. The chief prosecutor told the court that they will take new charges filed against Addy in connection with at least 10 burglaries before a grand jury today for a possible indictment. Addy remains held in jail after being captured by GPD over the weekend. A former middle school counselor accused of sexually abusing at least two of his students has denied charges against him. 72-year-old Dennis Zermeno, responding to the first complaint filed against him. The alleged victim in the first complaint claimed that Zermeno sexually molested him up to 100 times back in 1981. The second individual filing a complaint against Zermeno also says that he was in 7th grade at the Agata Johnson Middle School when he was sexually abused, and this also taking place in 1981. Zermeno is scheduled to appear in court, the district court, before Magistrate Judge Mike Bordalio on March 10th. And the Post also reporting an MMA fighter charged with attempted murder and aggravated assault has denied his charges. 27-year-old Roman Alvarez appeared virtually, pleading not guilty to all the charges contained in his indictment. He's alleged to have struck another individual with his car while in a parking lot in Tumon. The victim was sent to the hospital with injuries. And those are your top stories here on The Point News. Ray, with your weather.
So from the sound of it, and I haven't read anything more than what was printed in the magistrate report initially, it sounded like it was a mutual combat issue. It was like two guys that probably had a little bit too much to drink and were looking at pictures of Carmen Electra or whatever, and then started going after each other. And then the guy that was losing in the punching part of it got into the car and then drove into the other dude who, if I recall everything right, is also out on some kind of release. But in a case of mutual combat, and again, I try to stay out of those kinds of issues when I'm out playing. In the case of mutual combat, I'm trying to sort out the question. If you guys are fighting together, is it one of those things where kind of neutral, one will neutralize the other? Like, okay, yeah, he punched you in the head, and he would have gotten arrested for punching you in the head 17 times, but nobody saw that. But we got video of you in the car, so you're more in trouble than the other guy is, right? I mean, shouldn't they both be going through this in some kind of a parallel universe legally? I don't know. Well, I don't know if I need mustache wisdom on. I'm just trying to figure out what Title IX is going to be doing with these guys. 7:11 in the morning. Is there weather today? Yes, there is. You won't like it. Partly sunny in the forecast. We've got scattered showers all over the island. Highs near 87 and easterly winds 9 to 14 miles an hour. And I got some great looking sunrise images from Pirates Cove just a little bit ago. So there is hope for a beautiful day. Mostly cloudy in the forecast tonight and tomorrow morning, and then scattered showers and thunderstorms as we make our way through Friday night. Now, I'm sure that there will be opportunities for sun setting tonight and tomorrow night about 6:30. Just make sure that you've got an umbrella and maybe even a raincoat with the kind of rains that I heard falling on the rooftop last night. Scattered showers in the afternoon. Forecast mostly cloudy. Lows around 77. Daytime highs today should be about 87 degrees. It will feel like 92. Sunrise this morning was at 6:36. And like I said, sunset tonight is at 6:30. And for those of you that might be thinking, you know what, I'm going to find Leonardo or Toby, and we're going to have champagne at sunset. Well, we're going to have mimosas right there in front of the Tossie at the Deucet. Word I got here from somebody who stalks way better than I do. is that hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. Trying to remember which social media it was sent to me on. I've actually got.
They're at Chori's.
No, I think the word is they got on the airplane and the airplane is gone. They left at 10 o'clock last night.
Oh man!
And they left at 10 o'clock last night. But apparently Leonardo DiCaprio's got his vape stuff taken care of, right? Do we have a connection?
I've been trying to get a hold of that guy, man.
Bistra, wake up, TJ. We got to talk to him this morning. 7:13 on the Ray Gibson Show. News and weather together here on The Point.
Be in the know. Want to keep your family safe from high-tech trouble? Introducing Bark Jr., a new online parental control app that's free for GTA Wireless and Internet customers. Bark Jr. monitors apps and social media, manages online screen time, and filters websites to protect your family from inappropriate online content. Sign up for any GTA postpaid wireless or internet service and get Bark Jr. for free today. Call us at 671-644-4482 or visit us at gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Need to finish the job or start one the right way? Get the right stuff at East West Rental Center. You can switch to easy mode using industrial strength equipment. With years of experience helping builders, East West Rental gives you exactly what you need. Tools for landscaping, concrete, lifts, trucks, tables, tents, chairs, water blasters, excavators, forklifts, air compressors, and more. Call East West Rental Center at 646-1463 or visit them in Upper Tumont. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 to 5, Sundays 8 to 5.
Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Speaking of APL, you remember last week, yesterday, day before, I don't know, all the days are running together again. We talked with Charlie Hermosa from American President Lines because I wanted a little bit more information on this ship that had caught fire. Crew's safe. The crew was evacuated, but what is kind of remarkable about this ship is it was apparently loaded with Bentleys and Porsches, and it caught fire, and apparently the whole thing burned, and it sank.
Oh boy!
Can you imagine? I mean, something as big as a freighter, as a freight ship with containers and everything else on it is now sitting at the bottom of the sea. And I'm going, somebody's going to pay for that.
Was Leo on that ship?
Leonardo and Toby on the door to the stateroom.
Come on.
Portions of the program brought to you by Wendy's and their new hot honey chicken biscuit. That's spicing up your morning. All white meat breakfast chicken fillets drizzled with hot honey sauce served on a warm, fluffy buttermilk biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new hot honey chicken biscuit for breakfast. Only at Wendy's, we gotcha.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Gotcha. 7:16 in the morning. Ladies, you can go ahead and let your guts out. Apparently, they're on the airplane. They left at 10 o'clock last night. The story I'm hearing, they were on their way to Indonesia. The flight was reverted to Guam because COVID. I don't know whether the pilot or the stewardess or whatever had it. And so they came over here and were taken care of as kind of COVID refugees for a little bit.
Stepping stone to the stars.
Exactly. So Guam took care of them. They left 10 o'clock last night. Dennis Larson is sitting around the airport going, there's a lot of cops here. Apparently, then they're not there for Leonardo DiCaprio and Tobey Maguire. Maybe they're there for you. What have you been the sole possessor of the luggage here all this time? I see. Now, I've also got a listing of the people that were also on the ship, or also on the trip with Leonardo.
Oh, you got the manifest?
I have a little bit of the manifest of some of these passengers. And it includes, obviously, Leonardo Wilhelm DiCaprio. I didn't know he had a middle name.
Oh, now we do.
It's Leonardo Wilhelm DiCaprio, and they just put him down as actor. Tobias Vincent Maguire, and the description for him is Spider-Man. Not actor, he's actually Spider-Man. The actual. Then there's Laureen Powell Jobs, who some of you might know is Steve Jobs' wife. And that's what they put down to describe it.
Oh, yeah.
There are others, and apparently there is some kind of a documentary or environmental twist to whatever it is that they're going to eventually be doing in Indonesia. They have with them Peter Allen Otto Seligman, who is a conservationist, Christopher Edward Filardi, a biologist, and Ruslan Hanifa Ali, a civil rights activist. So that
So
makes
Gore
up,
wasn't there?
Who's that?
Gore?
Gore
He wasn't on the trip.
No, I don't think Al Gore, the Mr. Inconvenient Truth, was on the ship at the time. But it was nice. I'm going to say, you think that every once in a while there's like a us versus them, vaccinated or unvaccinated, and regardless of your vaccination status, ladies and gentlemen, you could still enjoy the idea that Leonardo DiCaprio and Tobey Maguire and Steve Jobs' own. His own was here on Guam for a little bit. And if you had a brush with that greatness, well, good for you. Good for you. I'm proud of you. 18 after 7 o'clock in the morning. And right here on the front page of the newspaper is somebody. 3-year-old Elijah Forrest gives a thumbs up at the Ducet Beach Resort pool with Spider-Man actor Tobey Maguire on Wednesday. Now, can I tell you another reason why I'm happy that these guys came and brought so much Carl Gutierrez sunshine into our lives? Because I almost hate to mention it because it's could bring people down, could trigger you into some mournful thoughts. It's been a week since we lost the Oriental Kitchen.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, so last night,
yeah,
Phil and I were craving fried chicken, and we're like, "Where are we going to get fried chicken? Are we going to have to make it?"
Please don't.
So, man. We don't know what to do.
Please rebuild. You need to rebuild for the
we were
back
about
better,
to
man.
call our Auntie Mommy down in Maritzo.
Build back better.
Build back better. Build that Oriental restaurant back. All right, what do we got?
Who does fried chicken?
KFC does fried chicken. They're a sponsor.
But Grandma fried chicken.
Oh, Grandma fried chicken?
Fried chicken. Because Oriental was like Grandma fried chicken.
Closest thing to it, right? I don't know. I've tried to put together about the right combination of herbs and spices that Grandma used. It wasn't all that sophisticated.
Well, the next time I'm calling you.
But the distinction was, and I don't think you're too young to remember this, but maybe you just don't. It's not one of those things that was the image in your head. Is that she would put all of the dusting in a paper bag,
yeah, absolutely,
and then throw
paper
all
bag.
of the chicken into the paper bag, and then shake the paper bag like hell, and that's how she coated the chicken. Not too little, not too much, and I've got to say that maybe there was something about the paper bag, the essence, if you will, of one of those Ada's supermarket paper bags.
What are we going to do when the paper bags are banned?
I'm banning senators. That just you go. Okay, you can almost see a turtle eating a plastic bag. But what's the problem with paper bags? I mean, there's a lot of people that are employed in industries where that's what they do. They grow trees only to cut them down to make paper bags and toothpicks and chopsticks and cardboard boxes for Amazon, and
book covers.
And then when that's
Armalin
done,
needs book covers.
they plant some more of these trees to make more toothpicks and chopsticks.
You need to be in the first train to Biden's indoctrination camp.
I'm sure I've already. They've got a seat laid out for me. I'll be sitting next to George Chu. I'm positive that's going to happen. It's not Biden's camp, by the way. It's the Susan B. Anthony male testosterone re-education camp. Along those lines.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I've already figured that joke out. Let's take a quick look at what's going on on the markets and some commodities. Yesterday, all the American markets in the red practically. Today, everybody rebounding. You want to talk about your roller coaster ride? Up and down, 800 points here, down 500 points there. Today, up by 596 points. That's the Dow closing at 33,891. Every piece of news that seems to be coming out of the different news sources here is causing for a reversal, a massive reversal in fortunes over at in the markets. NASDAQ at 219 points in the green. S&P 500 up by 80 points, and that's good news here today. FTSE is up by 99. The Nikkei up by 451. Hang Seng off by 417. I got the Shanghai off, but only about 5. And the DAX is up by 95 points. Big winners here on the Dow with their big recovery include Caterpillar, Intel, Dow, Travelers, and Chevron. There was one loser. Like the bottom guy here was Visa. Even on the bottom 5, you still got Walmart, Procter & Gamble, Merck, and McDonald's all declaring some kind of gain on the markets today. For the commodities, gold, $1,929, still over $1,900, but it missed about 15 points from where it was yesterday. West Texas crude, the American benchmark, has been oscillating between about $107 and $112 over the last 24 hours. I've been trying to keep an eye on what it's doing here. I'm not okay with the price of gasoline, but I just got biting my nails thinking that there's going to be a LEAC adjustment in our future sometime soon. There are rumors of such a thing, even though, although Simon tried to quell some of those rumors with my sister on Facebook Live yesterday. We'll talk about that. But West Texas crude right now, this minute, $111.23. $111 now and 20 cents. That is up by $7, almost $7.80 for a barrel of West Texas crude. There is what I like to refer to as the inversion, where, strangely, West Texas is more expensive than our very expensive Tapis light and sweet crude. It today is trading at $105.96.
Interesting.
It still sucked, though. It's still sucked. We've got the two of the oil commodities that factor into our lives here on Guam, and both of them are over $100 for a barrel. And you hit the max button to take a look at how far back we can go. The records that they show on oilprices.com only go back to 2000, and I think the longest it'll go back is like 5 years. And there's a nice, it was arcing up, and then there's this nice arc down, and it stays down there for a while, and then it spikes down, and then it kind of recovers itself, and then comes back up, and there is now a strong diagonal line northward on this thing that marks the beginning of the Biden administration. Take a look at it, oilprices.com on the World Wide Web. 724, Jerry Roberts is in the studio.
Well, yesterday, during the State of the Union address.
I fell asleep to most of that. I woke up again, but I got the end.
Wasn't the first thing he said is he's going to release all the oil out of America? He's going to reverse all those policies with Keystone and the fracking? I mean, he said he's going after Putin where it counts. He said that, right?
He said he was going after Putin where it counts, but he hasn't stopped buying Russian oil, has he? And gas. I think that's part of the...
I thought that was the first thing he said. He's stopping to buy Russian oil and gas.
If he said that, I missed it. I must have dozed off there. I woke up when he was hollering, $15 minimum wage, $15 minimum wage. Has this guy ever taken an econ class?
I haven't watched one of those things because it's all theater.
Oh, boy.
I mean, it's scripted. You will stand when he says this. You will applaud when he says this. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's about the same thing that we see here when we have our State of the Island addresses.
Stick it in a blog post and just send it to everybody, and make us watch those.
But it's required by law. He has to go deliver a State of the Union address to Congress. I mean, and if you know that you've got all of the cameras on from all of the networks and everybody, including the markets, trying to figure out what you've got, and then there's the idea for most other presidents. Is after you have delivered your State of the Union address, there's usually a little bump. You usually get a little kiss in the ratings, and there were people that were doing immediate follow-up research that said, no, we don't think we're going to see much of a bump for Biden on this, and he did not touch on anything. He was talking about people that were dying, and it's an unfortunate thing, maybe because of these burn pits towards the end of the speech. But what about the 13 Americans who lost their lives in Afghanistan? Didn't say anything about them. The word China did not come up once.
Never came up.
Did not come up once. And he's got all this pie in the sky stuff, and it's what I said it was going to be. It's a whole thing about an hour of telling me how much free stuff that he's going to send me, and then how I'm going to pay for it, one way or the other. Wasn't he also talking about, there's just going to be businesses we're going to have to hold their prices? Oh, great. All right, you screw up the economy, and now you're going to force more businesses to hold the line on the products that they're blessed enough to still be in the business to sell. Frustrating as I was watching that. Wasn't all that crazy about the Republican response. I thought it was good, but I don't know that it was worth writing home about. It was almost as expected. 727, I think Ted Cruz had some interesting things to say, and I might see if I can dig up that audio here. It's time for Jerry Roberts and this morning's Extra Point, being brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and the team over at First Hawaiian Bank.
The term employee ownership is one of those corporate buzzwords. We hear it a lot, but deciding what it really means and how to achieve it, well, that's often elusive. I invite you to get ready to exercise your ownership muscles next on the Extra Point.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
We buy a homeowner's policy and never give it another thought until something happens. Life brings changes, and our coverage needs can change. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Senior leaders started it, and soon everybody in the supervisory ranks began repeating it. Take ownership of the organization and what we do here. On the surface, it's a beautiful idea. If employees felt like they own the place, they would take more interest in the progress and success of the enterprise. Productivity would zoom, waste would be eliminated, and profits would be off the scale. There was only one problem. How do we get people to feel like owners and not the cogs in the wheel that we sometimes treat them like? At an event, much like Live to Lead about 20 years ago, the speaker before lunch break discussed empowering workers to step up and take ownership. It was an idea that hadn't yet been chewed over by everybody. During the lunch break, a guy named John stopped me and said he liked the ownership concept, but he felt it wouldn't fly in his company because of something he'd done. Well, that got my curiosity up, and I asked him to explain. At a recent staff meeting, a key project was being discussed, and there was disagreement on how to proceed. John, who was the CEO, encouraged everyone to give their opinion. Then he voiced his. Unexpectedly, the room began to side with one of the department heads and his position, which caused John to counter with reasons why that idea wouldn't work. The tension in the room increased. After several exchanges with others defending the department head's position, John snapped, saying, "Look, this is my company, and we're going to do it my way." Well, he told me the room went immediately silent. The department head said, "You got it, boss. It is your company." Then everybody stood up and walked out, and John knew he had made a mistake. I repeated some of what the speaker had said in the preceding segment, and told John he had the answers to fixing the problem. Some of what I told him, I'm going to reveal today and tomorrow. Well, number one, if you want people to act like owners, treat them that way. Talk to them the way someone talks to an owner. Trust me, this is not easy for senior leaders to do, and this is where it has to start. The CEO makes owners out of his or her top managers. They, in turn, do the same with the group that they lead, and this continues all the way down to the front line. If you talk down to people and make them feel like there is a definite gap between you and them, why would they want to own a chunk of what you represent? Number two, listen carefully to what people say. Look them in the eye. Ask them to expand on ideas, making them feel that they've brought value to the organization. Item number three, when you're thinking of making changes that impact a department or group, invite the members of that unit to, let's say, a coffee break or even spring for lunch to give them the opportunity to express their thoughts. And all these things are going to impact them. Give them a chance to say something about it. It's not just a matter of respect. It's not just helping them to feel more like owners, which it will. It's also cheap research that very well might prevent a costly error in judgment. The closer people are to a problem or a situation, the more input they should have in designing potential solutions. Tomorrow, 4 more ideas to get people feeling like owners, including one that will likely make a lot of people nervous, but it just may be the most powerful strategy of all. That's the Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
I appreciate that one. 7:33. So tomorrow, made a radio date with the listeners. Do not miss the Extra Point tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
So it's going to be a big deal tomorrow, and one that will take everybody through the weekend.
Presumably.
As it should be. As it should be. At 7:33 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Mark Mendiola coming up in just a little bit. We'll talk about Ed Board issues and how they think they're coming over at the legislature, looking to get a couple of things kind of look the other way with regard to the management of COVID-19 and our students here on Guam. It is time right now for 7:30 news, though, and that is being brought to you by Ken and Karen over at Top End Pest Control. You know the deal with those guys. Their mission in life is to make yours a varmint-free house, and they can do that with a quick telephone call, 487-5657. If they ain't too busy, maybe they can even do it today. And just in time for Lent, BK's Big Fish Sandwich and Impossible Whopper, 100. That's right, the Impossible Whopper has no meat in it, and you will not get in trouble with Polly if you have one of those. 100% Whopper, 0% beef. Also being brought to you by Lolita Cammett with Hoffaday Realty. The number 688-6743. Principal broker Joe D. Duenas. Now with news, here's Mana Silva Tyrant.
Well, the pandemic response is ramping down. The JIC announcing last week that the vaccination clinic at the University of Guam will be closed as of yesterday. And now word from the JIC says that the isolation facility at the Bayview is closed. GovGuam is still handling isolations, though, on a case-by-case basis and using rooms at the Garden Court in Tumon. Meanwhile, this morning's JIC also had 226 new cases of COVID. Out of 820 people tested, 27 people in the hospital. The plastic bag ban in full effect here, and the Guam legislature looking forward to the implementation of a paper bag ban that will go into effect. However, there is a bill up for a public hearing this morning that would extend the implementation of that law until January of next year. There's a virtual hearing. It's scheduled to take place at 9 o'clock this morning. And also this morning, a missile defense launcher from Guam is going to be deployed to Rota. Joint Region Rear Admiral saying that the missile defense is a #1 priority for Indo-Pacific Command in this region, and testing the THAAD's remote launch ability bolsters our defense of CNMI as well, fortifying our layered defense in the region. The Terminal High Altitude Area Defense Battery, or the THAAD, is moving its launcher, and they're going to the airport at Rota. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
Interesting. So they're extending the bag ban. It was in my notes to talk about a couple of days ago, but I completely forgot because they're extending it now, the implementation, until January of 2023. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it would have been implemented in, summer this year?
The summer, I think June or July.
So we got a little extra time here.
Yeah.
And so
I'm assuming to use up your stock. I mean, if you've got it.
No. Nope. The reason why that they're pushing that past New Year's, implemented in 2023, is, can you imagine, in the midst of getting ready, June, July, for the primary election in August, how would you like to have, as a member of the legislature, every single mom and dad on Guam that isn't some kind of environmental loony going, what do you mean I can't have a paper bag? What do you really want that controversy swimming around right when it's time for people to start considering who you're going to be voting for? In fact, what I'd like to, maybe one of you guys that's not me can dig out that the original legislation and see who among the members of the legislature supported that measure. Like I said, you can almost see the plastic bag thing because it's been moving in that direction. Yeah. But what is wrong with paper bags?
And the same people who voted for the paper bag ban probably will be the ones passing out their brochures and all of their paraphernalia.
In paper bags or plastic bags, hanging from my door.
Time.
Yeah, hanging from my gate. It's exactly that kind of thing that irks people. 7:37 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. I got to put this up on the screen. Dennis Larson, not quite split yet, and watching the program, I don't know where he found this picture. Maybe a little bit more by way of an explanation, but I saw the picture and I said, what is that dangling from the dog's mouth? From the dog's lips, and I zoomed in a little bit, and I don't know if you can make it out on your screen.
It's a hook.
It's a hook.
Fish hook.
It's a fish hook.
It's a lure hook. Yeah. Treble hook.
Apparently, the dog was over at Jimmy's, and was digging around in the dirt and got into something like that.
Wow.
So fishermen, police up as best you can. It's one of those things because there is an action. This is something like this is going to happen. I'm not saying that there was bait on it. Also possible that it could have just washed up with everything. There's been a lot of crap coming out of the water over at Dunkas in the last couple of weeks because we've got so much wind. It's possible that some of that had that hook in there. So that's me being generous with the benefit of the doubt. Otherwise, fishermen, like I said, police up. If you know that there's a hook in there, do me a favor, take the extra 10 steps, get in the water. It's not like the water at Dunkas is deep. Get in there and find the hook. Otherwise, a dog will. Got my fingers. I cannot imagine that kind of pain on a human being, and I can't imagine how that must have felt for the dog.
And it's not easy to take out too because it's got that.
It's got a barb on the other side.
Oh, yeah,
That's so that the fish doesn't wiggle out of that. 7:38 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. More on the way.
Half a day. This is Claire Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Just in time for Lent, it's our delicious BK Big Fish Sandwich. 100% white Alaskan pollock, breaded with crispy panko, topped with sweet tartar sauce, tangy pickles on top of a warm toasted brioche bun. Also available, our Impossible Whopper, 100% Whopper, 0% beef. Enjoy your Lenten season with French fries and a refreshing brewed sweet or unsweetened tea. We're ready to serve you this Lenten season. Now available at BK Hagåtña, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and at the airport. BK your way.
Ooh, that's Calacas traffic. Northbound is ugly. What is going on up there? Looks like everybody trying to get out of the village at exactly the same time. You're going to have a hard time around the McDonald's. Then it will break open for you for a little bit. And then once you get, I want to say over by the old amusement park, it's going to start heavying up all the way through Woostig and then onto Marine Corps Drive into Waisang Song. Heavy intersection traffic up in Dededo right now. Look at what's happening on Route 3. Look how backed up that is towards the Ukadu School. And then it's backed up on Marine Corps Drive till you get to the Micronesia Mall intersection. Things look like they're going to open up a little bit more, but expect delays at the intersections because everybody's on the road today, headed towards Tumon, looking for Leonardo and Toby. But again, the word I'm hearing is they got on the airplane at 10 o'clock last night, probably already in their hotel rooms in Indonesia. Wait a second. Let me think about this for a second. Well, it depends on which way they went, because it's taken me all day to get down there, flying through Manila and other hot spots in the middle. All right, looking at a little bit more of this stuff. 8, 10, and 16, ugly busy right now. Look what's happening out of Atacao on that side of the street. Not so bad, but making your way towards Marine Corps Drive from Laddie. It's crazy busy, and we're starting to see some traffic over at Big Navy in Sumai. 741. There you go. Right now, traffic on the point.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Get a box of Post or Kellogg's cereal for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a 75-ounce bottle of Dawn dish soap for only $5.95 when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a Bounty paper towel 2-pack for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Nissan Ninja back on track like that over at the Nissan place. How does that work? Okay, here's a couple of things that you need to know. Is you might have at your disposal immediately a car in the house that nobody's using, and you're thinking, I sure could use a couple of dollars in my pocket because the price of gas is going up. Take it over to Nissan. And it doesn't even need to be a Nissan. Take it over there, and they'll do a 32-point inspection, quick appraisal on that. And if they like it, if you're taking some decent care of it, they'll pay you for it, and they will pay you very, very well because there's an incredible incredible market for used cars here on Guam. Now, having said that, if you're in the market for a used car, they got plenty from guys that I was just describing. So if you're thinking, now is the time for a car, but I don't know if I want to buy myself a whole brand new car, they've got some great used cars there. Like I said, 32-point inspection. If they got to change out the tires and the belts and the fluids and all of that stuff to make it like showroom new, they will. And then they'll start taking digits off the price, up to $14,000 off. Don't believe me? Try it out today. Go check out the inventory at NissanGuam.com. 7:43, Ray Gibson Show, and as the State of the Union address was winding down, I thought, you know what, maybe we'll start to see some kind of a response from the Republican Party. There was one from one of the stateside governors. I can't remember her name, but it was all right. It touched on a few of the points that I'm mostly interested in, and that is crime and inflation and war, and the idea that we really do got to do a few things to restore, if you will, a little bit more stability to the middle class. If you are rich, you don't worry about the price of gasoline or the cost of power. If you are poor, I'm sure that you worry about the price of gasoline, but don't worry. The governor's going to find a way to get you some money. The poor people will, for all intents and purposes, always be taken care of. While gas prices might be high, you got those little cars so you can get the filet mignon and the Alaskan king crab legs and all of that, and Uncle Sam will pay for that. But somewhere in the middle are a bunch of people who are just as affected by the rise in the price of pretty much everything, water and power and cable television, and the prices just seem to be going up, and there's no place for folks in the middle class to go. So I appreciated that comment from the Republican side. I was hoping to get some kind of commentary from Republicans here on Guam, but I have not yet heard anything from the usual sources. And then my phone went off yesterday, and there was a thing in here from the Democrats. And I thought, oh, the Democrat Party of Guam has got some kind of response to the Biden speech. So I thought, well, this is going to be great. And it starts off with this. Do Guam Republicans agree with Trump that Putin is smart, savvy, and a genius? Really? That occupied a ton? Did that occupied your day here? You felt like we needed to after the State of the Union address. Is this is the sum and total of the entire strategy against the Republican Party here on Guam? The Republican Party's leader has spent the last week shamelessly praising Vladimir Putin as the Russian military indiscriminately bombs Ukrainian civilians. Sorry, the new pronunciation is Uranian. Because we don't want to embarrass the President of the United States in yet another gaffe. Republicans have worked hard to avoid answering questions about Donald Trump's praise, but that simply is not a tenable position as to the Ukrainian people bravely fighting back against Putin's invasion. As long as Republicans look to Donald Trump as their party leader, they have to answer for his reckless adoration of an authoritarian. Well, you know, if the shoe fits, I'll wear it. But let me just ask, as long as Democrats look to Joe Biden as their leader, you have to answer for his recklessness and gaffes and all of that stuff. I mean, how do we feel about the abandonment of Afghanistan? How do we feel about ramps in crime and inflation that hits us harder than it hits anybody else because we are way out here at the end of the supply chain? Hey, asking for a friend, yo. 7:46 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-888-TALK. Thought we had Mark on the line. Could you do me a favor and see if you can reconnect with him? And because I want to finish.
He's going to call in 2 minutes.
He's going to call in 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
So all I got to do is kill 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm tired of talking about Leonardo DiCaprio and Tobey Maguire.
Not.
I hate. I'm sitting around.
Break out all the old movies, bro.
I was at the Deucet too. How come nobody wanted their picture taken with me? I have one picture of me from the Deucet yesterday.
And you weren't wearing a mask.
But neither was Tina Rose Munoz Barnes. Tina Rose, well, she was one when she got
outside.
There. Yes, we were out there. But Chirag wore a mask.
Oh, okay. Well,
when we took a picture of him. But Most of the rest of the time, I think he was he was mask free.
Oh, he did it for the picture.
What's his name call it? DeSantis call it? It's the COVID theater is where he was headed with that. That's funny to me. 7:47 on the program. But yeah, maybe I'll get that going a little bit later on. Show the picture of Tina Rose and her hair. Somebody was saying, well, Ray, did you give her a hard time about how useless the 36 Guam legislature
She's got
is?
the nice blonde thing going on.
Oh, yeah.
Looks good on her.
And I said, no, not everything is about politics. I spent some time asking how Jake's doing and what the kids are doing, looking after him in the States, and how Mom is. Because she's getting up there, and I with always keep a candle lit for those guys. It's 7:48 in the morning. Mark Mendiola online from the Guam Education Board. Good morning, Mutkus. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, Ramon, Mana, Joe. I'm doing okay.
So Leonardo said he can kick your ass. He said anytime. You tell Mark anytime, bro. I'll go in the ring with him.
Oh yeah, let's bring it.
I'm sorry, just playing around. It's what all of social media has been talking about for the last 24 hours or so is the star sightings that we've had here on Guam, and everybody is finding a way to identify with it, which I think is absolutely fantastic. But I suppose there's work to be done here. So the Ed Board has forwarded to the legislature now all the paperwork that they need to take a look and see if we can waive the rules, waive the law over instructional days and service learning. And I'll move backwards here, if you don't mind. Can the Ed Board also take to the legislature language that abolishes service learning here on Guam? I don't know that it does anything more than inconveniences the kids. Frankly, I'd rather have them studying.
Yeah, we had to remind them that this was actually a piece of legislation. I forget the senator who authored it, and it was signed into law.
I think it was Senator Aline.
Yeah, so the service learning hours that's required.
Oh, wait. No, maybe Juan Pat. I think it was Speaker Juan Pat.
Yeah, possibly. All I know is that it's been a big challenge. We had to remind them that this is a law. That's the reason why we're going to them to ask them for the waiver of it. It's been challenging. We've talked to our administrators, we talked to our parents, even talked to our students, and we asked them. And it's very difficult. With social gatherings and things of that nature. It's very difficult for students to go out there, and some parents still feel, at the time, that sending their kids out there and exposing them potentially to catching the virus may be something that they didn't want to do. So, of course, we internally within the department, we looked at it and we said, okay, we'll request the waiver like we did the previous year. But I do know for a fact that there are some parents out there, myself included, that, it's not, I don't think about service learning. I teach it about life skills, I take my children out there.
It's like you're singing to me, bro. It's like you're whispering into my ear like Joe Biden. Yeah, let's talk about taking these kids and actually giving them some kind of skills as opposed to sitting around 3 hours at waiting for somebody to come by and sign their paper. And they're just sitting on a lot of times, because I've seen it. I have children that have had to go through that stuff, and I'm going, wow, this is such a nothing thing. I mean, they're not actually learning how to do anything, and other than maybe sorting trash with the lady.
Yeah, it's I guess the environment that folks want to expose their children to. I just think as a parent, and that's what I think the other component is. As parents have to just take an opportunity. I drive by the bus stops and I see tremendous amount of trash laying around, and I just can't sit still, Ray, and look at it and say, why are we doing anything about it? Teaching our kids how to take care of it. So that's what I've been, and I reiterate that to the legislature, that it's everybody that needs to be involved, teaching kids life skills.
It's a feel good thing, and it made all the senators that voted for it at the time and people moving it for. Yeah, we're going to teach our children the value of being good citizens in the community and helping out and by forcing them to volunteer or they don't get their diploma. And I'm going, maybe that's the same as that vaccine mandate, right? Everybody's got a choice. You can either eat inside and be able to go in movies and gyms or not. There's your choice.
Yeah, I think a lot of things.
Do it, Mark. Come on, and we'll teach these kids basic plumbing, basic electrical. We'll teach them how to work with wood. I mean, can you imagine how great some of the woodwork? I mean, I know old-time woodworkers from Guam. Where do young people learn this craft? And I think they learn it when they're exposed to it, and maybe get these guys down to the. I was talking to somebody yesterday who was fascinated with the concept of beekeeping. Because, I mean, it seems like everybody's doing beekeeping these days, and they're just absolutely fascinated with it. And I'm sure it's one of those things where you show these kids how simple the process can be, and then before you know it, you got, too much honey in the house.
Yeah, like I said, Ray, as a parent, I just try to expose my kids. I did the same thing. I took them to Hamamoto Gardens up there, and Hamamoto-san showed them about his beekeeping. He's been one of the few guys that's actually been doing it for quite some time. He actually has his bees next to the calamansi trees, man. So it's pretty cool.
Oh.
I think some of the honey tastes like calamansi.
I'll bet that's there. Ooh, wait. So, okay, distracted again. So I was up at Uncle Carl's place, and you know what he's got up there? He's got a calamansi tree, no thorns.
Oh wow.
Oh wow!
That's interesting.
Oh wow! Yeah, so I grabbed one of the calamansi. They're smaller, I want to say, than you'd get on the thorny trees, but they're still just as good. As a perfect size, fit right through the Corona bottle top. You just cut them in quarters. They're that good. Ty Gumby, 7:53 in the morning. Mark Mandiola from the Ed Board. So I've already gotten my editorial position out there, how I feel about service learning. And I'm sure there's somebody that's going to disagree with me. And it's probably somebody that has got kids that have been graduated for 45 years. And it's good, well, but it makes them feel good when you're out there volunteering. Right. Now they're sitting under the tent waiting for the guy to get done so they can sign their paper and they can go home. 7:50, study instead. Learn something instead. 7:53. Now the other one, I'm not so crazy about. I think that we're talking about not a huge number of days, but there are instructional days that need to get made up. And as I need to fall on the side of education on this one, and we can't educate kids unless they're in the classroom. So I'm not crazy about the idea that the senators might waive that requirement. I think we should stand on that requirement and insist that these kids, especially the ones that need it most, get that education in.
Yeah, let me explain really quickly. Let me explain, Ray. So, when we went down there, we asked 180-day, of course, is mandated by law. There's a couple of things that we as a board and as the Department of Education looked at. Even though the kids were not going 5 days a week in school, classes were still happening. We went to a cohort model. We went to online learning. If you recall, those are the modes of learning. And then obviously when we went back to 5 days a week, we have to look at, what they call lost learning recovery. And in that, we have identified about 24 days of basically instructional time for the children. Okay, now, mind you, the teachers were they were teaching all the way through the 5 days a week. I attest to that because my wife, even though the schools were suspended face-to-face learning, she was teaching online. There's a lot of debate about the type that mode of learning. Kids are not learning, things of that nature. But our educators were working, and so the 180 days, that is being met at the employee side, right? The GFT, the collective bargaining agreement. That's 180 days. So what we did, Ray, in this last board meeting, before we requested the 180 days. We instructed the superintendent to do an assessment from K to 11, an assessment of students that are in the school system. And basically, that's going to give us a baseline to identify students that need that additional supports and help. In addition to that, schools like the high school, I went to a PTO meeting with Teton High School, and the principal explained it very well, that there are teachers during their prep period allowing students to come in to take these classes. There's after-school programs. There's just a tremendous amount of opportunity for folks to have access to, whether it be tutoring, peer tutoring of the sorts, that they have access to that at the different school levels. So what we did was we asked the superintendent to give this assessment and to identify children that, of course, in standard-based grading that are not proficient or not at level. And, during summer school time, give them an opportunity to attend summer school. Now, the question becomes whether or not the department is going to mandate it for those students that need additional support. So that's where the discussion is at with that. I agree, Ray, that, it's very difficult to get to kind of recover the 24 days. But, we are looking at other ways to supplement that so we have the recovery portion of it.
Well, in my mind, I'm hearing a couple of things. You say 24 days, and it doesn't sound like all that much, but really that's 5 instructional weeks. So you kind of got to look at it in that perspective. I hear what you're saying. The teachers were working, whether the kids were learning or not. That's one thing or another. But we got to take a look at whether the kids are actually meeting the requirements of the grade. If they are not, then throw them into summer school. But so we've got some hanging chads on that. 7:57. A quick question from among our listeners here. Please ask Mark, how about doing away with requiring weekly COVID testing for GDOE employees? According to DPHSS, it is up to the department heads. Could an instruction go out to department heads to just let it go?
Ray, there's just a tremendous amount. We've been leading to the guidance of public health, right? Of course, we don't want to get sanctioned by them and so, their guidance is we can only exempt on 2 areas, which is religious exemptions or medical exemptions.
Well, that's a joke.
I do know. So they have to go through that process.
Yeah. And
it took so long for them to even address that eventually they said, okay, give it back to the agency head. So now it lies with the superintendent. Obviously, it's an operational issue. He just has to make sure that all their documents are in order.
That you are aware of? That you are aware of, Mark? Has John issued any exemptions, religious or medical?
Not to my knowledge. I don't really ask him about the personnel issues, but it's on his radar. I'm pretty sure he's addressing the employees. When it comes to the testing,
I just think it's kind of another piece of editorializing, and I think Frank Bloss Jr. has got some issues with this as well. The Department of Administration didn't want to touch it. It looks like the Attorney General's office didn't want to touch it, so they said send it back to the department heads. What criteria are department heads supposed to use when somebody comes in with a request for an exemption? 7:59, similar question. When are we going to stop torturing our kids by making them wear masks?
Yeah, and that's the topic and the discussion of the day. As soon as we get the green light, I'm obviously.
Green light was at the State of the Union, bro. All you got to do is show the picture of the everybody gathered in the House in Washington D.C. Biden didn't have a mask, Kamala didn't have a mask, Pelosi didn't have a mask, but the way she was playing with her dentures, God, please cover that up. But there were so many other people. Virtually everybody in there were mask free. If we can do that, if we can do the Super Bowl, then I'm with DeSantis on this. Let's end the COVID theater and let our kids breathe. Hey, I got to run. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. I'll see you soon.
All right. Thanks, Ray. Appreciate it.
All right, Brett. I'll talk to you later. We'll set that up with Leonardo, bro. It's that. Time for Fox News.
The cost of war. Melissa Brady, Fox News. More than 800,000 Ukrainians are now refugees fleeing Russia's deadly assault, which continues despite waves of international sanctions.
President Biden likes to say, big nations can't bluff. The United States doesn't bluff. And President Putin has gravely miscalculated.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken preparing to visit refugees along Poland's border with Ukraine later this week after a meeting with NATO leaders in Belgium. Congress working on emergency funding for Ukraine, and 2 Republicans are proposing resolutions in the House and Senate supporting a war crimes probe of the Russian leader. The UN General Assembly demanding a Russian withdrawal in a resolution that won overwhelming approval today. But there's an urgent appeal for military aid.
Ukraine's top diplomat saying today he's urging the West to send more weapons, and not just those javelins and stingers. He wants bombs for his Air Force jets, quote, now. A sign those jets don't have enough bombs to bomb those big Russian convoys.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson in Lviv. President Biden takes his domestic agenda back on the road. Fox's Gernal Scott has this live.
Lisa, President Biden rebranded Build Back Better at Tuesday's State of the Union as the quest of building a better America. Today in Superior, Wisconsin, he promised more efforts to improve the nation's roads and bridges. He also vowed to reverse inflation so it doesn't cost Americans.
One way to fight inflation is drive down wages and make Americans poorer. I have a better way to fight inflation. Lower your cost, not your wages.
The president again emphasized making products to rebuild America in America, eliminating reliance on foreign supply chains that has slowed America's progress. Lisa.
Thanks, Gernal. Republicans say the president should eliminate reliance on foreign oil as prices spike again, topping $110 a barrel. America is listening to Fox News.
Hafa Day. I'm the owner of Guam's largest tourist attraction group. The pandemic's been very tough
for all of us, and particularly for my team members. So I'm really appreciative and grateful for the PUA assistance to our team members, and more recently, the SVOG federal grant that allowed us to reopen these facilities and re-employ everyone at a critical time when PUA ended. From myself and my team, on behalf of all of us, thank you for the federal funds that allowed us to reopen.
The federal fund you provide saved many, many jobs. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We employ about 35 technicians for our shows. Thank you for the federal funds that kept us going.
Thank you for helping with the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for helping to save our jobs.
Thank you for the federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
The gunman convicted in the mass killing at a famed black church in South Carolina is now asking the U.S. Supreme Court to intervene over mental health concerns.
Lawyers for Dylan Roof, the man who fired a gun inside Mother Emanuel AME Church in 2015, killing 9 people, including the pastor, want the U.S. Supreme Court to decide how to handle disagreements between attorneys and clients who differ on mental health evidence. Roof had fired his attorneys partway through proceedings and opted not to present mental health concerns to the trial court, mistakenly believing fellow white supremacists could spring him from prison. The lawyers say emotional health issues might have kept Roof off death row. Eben Brown, Fox News.
The New York Attorney General's effort to put the National Rifle Association out of business is rejected by a judge in Manhattan, but he's also rejecting a motion to dismiss the case, allowing a lawsuit to continue that accuses top NRA executives of illegally diverting millions of dollars for personal use. Their lawyers have called the lawsuit a malicious retaliation campaign based on the state attorney general's disagreement with the content of the group's speech. An e-commerce giant pulls the plug on its brick-and-mortar stores.
Amazon is planning to shutter all 68 of its retail bookstores, pop-up shops, and 4-star stores in the United States and United Kingdom. The news marks a turning point for a company that started out as an online bookseller, disrupting business for brick-and-mortar stores like Borders and Barnes & Noble. The Seattle-based company said it plans to focus more on its Amazon Fresh, Whole Foods Market, and Amazon Go grocery and convenience stores, in addition to cashier-less checkout concepts. Another ongoing focus will be Amazon Style, a new line of fashion stores.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. Wall Street rallies as the Fed chief supports a quarter-point rate hike this month, not something more aggressive. The Dow gaining 596 points, reversing yesterday's loss. And Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Be in the know. Want to keep your family safe from high-tech trouble? Introducing Bark Jr., a new online parental control app that's free for GTA wireless and internet customers. Bark Jr. monitors apps and social media, manages online screen time, and filters websites to protect your family from inappropriate online content. Sign up for any GTA postpaid wireless or internet service and get Bark Jr. for free today. Call us at 671-644-4482 or visit us at gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Off the day, it's 8:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. A virtual public hearing will be held this morning on a bill that seeks to extend the implementation date for paper bag ban that's set to go into effect this year. The bill 245 would extend that implementation date to January of 2023 for retail and wholesale establishments, which would be affected. This latest bag ban would be in conjunction with the plastic bag ban that went into effect earlier this year that affects all local businesses. That virtual hearing today will be at 9 o'clock this morning. It appears the pandemic is ramping down as well with the closure of the vaccination clinic at UOG and now word that the isolation facility in Tumon is closed. They are still using, though, the garden court for isolation, self-isolation on a case-by-case basis. Individuals who test positive for COVID-19 may use the facility. However, they do have strict guidelines that would have to be approved prior to approval. The Department of Public Health, meanwhile, reports another 226 new cases of COVID-19 out of 820 specimens from Tuesday. 50 of them came from the Department of Defense. Guam has recorded 330 COVID-related deaths. Now, the number of people admitted to the hospital with COVID-19, that number is at 27 this morning, with 2 people in intensive care. A man dubbed by the Guam Daily Post as a serial robber will appear in court before a grand jury. 21-year-old Santino Pius appeared for a return of warrant hearing in a separate case. The court set a hearing date for March 31st to discuss potentially revoking his probation for the misdemeanor case. Chief Prosecutor Basil O'Malley told the court that they will take the new charges filed against Addie in connection with at least 10 burglaries before a grand jury on Thursday. That's today for a possible indictment. Addie remains held in jail after being captured by Guam police over the weekend. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
The Guam Election Commission continuing its search for a space to hold its early elections. This is for both the primary and general elections. Director Maria Pangilinan says that the space needs to be available for 5 months from July 1st through November 30th. In the post, GEC is seeking letters of interest from qualified vendors. They're looking for about 5,000 square feet and preferably within about 3 miles from their main office at Oka. A power outage yesterday caused some issues with the electronic payment system at the Guam Police Department's offices at the Hakabotan building. The outage caused an early closure of the administrative offices, the armory, and recreational boating services. The offices will be open today, but may still only be able to accept cash or checks at this time. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
I was just thinking about Zelensky. He needs to, he's already got one great phrase from the war. The fight is here. I need ammunition, not a ride. But I'm thinking that there's got to be a Ukrainian pronunciation or Ukrainian translation for something like the Marine Chesty Puller had said about surrounded by the enemy. I've got him right where I want him. Just a phrase like that, because it feels like it. It's a point that Ismail is making a little bit earlier today is take a look at the mainstream media. And when it comes to watching what's going on in Ukraine, they are the last people that I'm looking at for any kinds of facts and on the ground, because I'm beginning to feel a narrative on this coming from the mainstream media. One of them is that Putin is crazy. He's isolated from everybody. He's isolated himself from his own staff, and he's coming up with all kinds of crazy cockamamie schemes and plans in his head. And people are saying that Putin is unhinged. And I don't know why, but I'm not buying it, especially when I hear that kind of thing from virtually every of the mainstream media. And the mainstream media now pushing a narrative that seems to make it look like he's getting his butt kicked in this. Now, I don't know how much of that might be true. And the rumors that seem to be getting seeded here, and I'm just wondering what the manipulation is eventually going to be leading to. Do you know what I mean? It is 8:11 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. I've got partly sunny skies in today's forecast. Highs near 87 degrees. East winds 9 to 14 miles an hour. Mostly cloudy by the time it gets to be tonight. For Friday, we can expect mostly cloudy skies through most of the day. Highs near 85 with a heat index maybe up to 92. But the Weather Service says that we're going to be watching clouds, showers, and thunderstorms moving in as early as tomorrow night. What? No way, bro. No way, Palau. I need grill marks this weekend. I have not got the Leonardo DiCaprio, Tobey Maguire tan that I was looking for. They got too beachy yesterday, but not me. So save some sunshine for me, would you? Sunrise this morning at 6:36. We'll sunset tonight, no kidding, about 6:30. Hashtag tell the others in the usual spots. 6:12 in the morning. News and weather together here in Des Moines.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Yeah. 8:13, 8:14 portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, global presence and a local home. Also being brought to you by Mescla. And now I'm always telling you about you go to Mescla. Go eat their boy. Go eat their girl. They got one in Yanya, one in Tumon at the Grand Plaza, and all fill you in with all the great items on the menu. But let me give you the phone number. You can use it for reservations, 479-2652. Or you can call them and ask them to cater your next big event or fundraiser. Politicians. Now, I attended an event day before yesterday up in the north end of Guam, almost Ritidian, almost all the way to Letexen. And I got up there, and there was a pala that got set up, and Johnny Cool had put the pala and the chairs out there. And then there was all the tables. And I looked at all of the food on the table, and I said, all of this is Mescla food. And sure enough, there's Chef Peter was there.
Amazing.
It was great. I tell you, there was actually two little tables. There was the one for the Fiesta side table with all of the usual fixings, including a new kinds of tortillas that they've got with like mushrooms on the inside of it. Or olives. I think it was olives. I don't know. I was just taken in. I was just so taken with the moment. And they got ribs in there, and they got chicken in there, and all of the good stuff. And then, like I said, there were two tables, right? So you've got the regular table, and then you got the kind of the chef table, closer to the beer,
exotics,
closer to the fiber. And there was deer Kelligwin. But I don't know if that's usually part of the menu, but try it out anyway. 479-2652. Get the catering from Mescla.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
And you get some people that, I don't like deer Kelligwin. It's a little gamey. It's something a little tough. Okay, fine, more for me. Bring me both kinds of tortillas over here and just park the bowl in front of me, and I'll just sit there with Uncle Carl and grind on that all day. 8:15 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. We got a bunch of interesting folks lined up to talk to between now and the end of the pro. At least I think they're interesting. And I had the opportunity to see her the other day over at Mass. And even though she was wearing a mask, I still recognize Sikotla Maria Pangilinan from the Guam Election Commission. Buenas and half a day.
Half a day, Ray Gibson.
And Mana was there at the Mass too, and everybody kiss you and say hello.
Oh, half a day, Mana Silva Tahiran.
And it was always good to see you. Did I miss your birthday?
No.
Okay.
Are you trying to make me older, sir?
No. I mean, that's why I didn't recognize you. I said, "Who's that? Who's that young lady back there, Mana?" And Mana hits me in the rib with her elbow. Said, "That's Maria Ambi. That's your cousin." 8:16 in the morning. So, there's an interesting story. Mana was talking about this in the news here this morning. So you're looking for some place where we can have the drive up in the kind of early voting that is now a matter of law here, huh?
Yes. Here at 241 at the 241 Fahrenheit Avenue, there's not enough space to make it convenient for the voters.
Oh, it would be inconvenient for the people that live back there too. Have you met your neighbors? Did they already come by and say, no, we're not doing that here. No, I got the kids to drop off in the morning, and it's already hard enough to get to Payless from here. No, so look for someplace else. So you're looking for somewhere in about a 3-mile radius. Did you put out the IFB already yet?
No, we just put out the request for letters of interest.
And nothing?
We just put it out last week. So what it is we want to see whether there's an interest. And Ray, it's a little bit on the challenging side for both the vendor and the GEC because we only want the space for 5 months at a time.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know who. I'm hoping there's somebody out there that's willing to put up with us for 5 months. Somebody with lots of parking, somebody, a place where we can accommodate curbside voting.
All the good spots are taken by the coffees.
One of our listeners actually mentioned Chuck E. Cheese at the Guam Premier Outlets, or GPO.
Well, yeah. One of the first step in any procurement or in government procurement specifically is to do some market research. So we went and we looked, and so that's one of the places we were looking at, and there's not that many, but one of the things that the reason why we're looking within 3 miles of our office is because of the security of the voted ballot.
I see.
Yes, so we're hoping, ideally, if we find a spot and they have a kind of vault or a vault where we can safely put the voted ballots in, then we won't have to have the services of our officers in the Guam Police Department. Otherwise, we'd have to transport ballots to and from the vendor.
There's did your market research include, say, the old grounds of the Hoffa Theater? You could go in and from Marine Corps Drive, go and kind of do a loop around there in that area, in that old parking lot. I couldn't tell you what's there now. It's been years since I've been through there. But use that as kind of a loopy thing, and then come right back out to Marine Corps Drive over by the carpet store in that area behind the ITC building. And then it's I want to say that it's got a loop feel to it, and it might be a little bit more convenient for people. And then near the Archbishop Loop, maybe if you could get Vince Areola to go and knock down all the boonies at that intersection there and use the grounds of the old hospital.
And is there a building there?
We can get armored car. Well, I don't know if there's a building. There's well, you know what?
We also need a building so we can set up the universal express vote machines, so Ray Gibson and Montecillo Tyron can come and vote using the machines.
We have machine voting now?
Well, it's didn't you use it last? Did you come to early voting last election?
No,
okay.
I did.
voted
I think I went 3 times last time.
Yeah,
No, I did remember we had that one early election, and then we had to redo
and
it.
Then and then the runoff.
Yeah, so I did actually vote 3 times.
Did you vote on the machine?
I can't remember anymore.
Yeah. So what it is
I might have.
It's a universal marking device. So we got the machines for the persons for our voters with disabilities.
Okay.
They can vote independently on it. Unfortunately, we only have 10 machines, so we invite all our friends, starting from the get-go, to come and vote in office so that they can use the machines.
Okay.
So we set those up. We set 10 of them up. And so I need, the Guam Election Commission needs a space, an indoor space to set up the machines.
Okay, so so the old hospital grounds, obviously there's no hospital there anymore, but there ought to be a way. There was back in the day, and it wouldn't take too much to clear off if there is a problem. From the Archbishop Circle, you go in that way, go find a place to go and vote, a building that you need over at Sagan Coutura. If they're not using them, I don't know what goes on back there. I keep waiting to have the show, but nobody's calling me for that. And then come out by the Hilton side, and then we'll go hang out, me and you, at Tree Bar.
Well, unfortunately, there's no power, and we need a backup generator.
Sagan Cultura. What are they using? Just take it over.
They don't have power.
The whole Sagan Cultura?
That's correct.
Wow. Okay, no wonder why there's nothing going on there. 8:22 in the morning. Well, the folks that have got ideas, think about the radius around the Tamuning area. Maybe you got a business or something where they can move people through in a fairly efficient manner. Remember the way they did it in front of the GCIC building. They'll be looking for something similar to take care of there. How do people get a hold of you if they want to get on that list?
477-9791 or the request for letters of interest is right on our website at gec.guam.gov.
All right, so you need access to the utilities and a building, Kemwin, all of that. Okay, gotcha. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Si Zeus Masi.
All right, that's Maria Pangilinan from the Guam Election Commission. And there's 100 other questions that I can ask her, up to and including, did Mike St. Nicholas pick up any paperwork yet? Has that happened? Have you been to the site?
No, that's personal, Ray.
Hey, sorry.
I did look, and the last one I saw was the committees to reelect, like Jessica Barrett, Amanda Blas.
Harvey Egna.
Yeah. Well, Harvey picked up his own.
Right. Okay, but I'm just so it's not like they're the place is being bombarded by people that are trying to run.
They're waiting for like the strategic day to make the announcement, pick up their package.
You missed it. There was a 222 that we had. That was Felix and Tony took that.
Maybe they're waiting for April 1st.
April 1st. They remind me that there's something big happening right around there. As 8:23 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Speaking of 420, TJ from Crop King Hydro.
He's running? Biba.
No, he's not.
Biba. Hey, TJ, congratulations, bro.
Yeah. Hey, I'm voting for you, Brett. We're going to have a fundraiser at 420 every day in your parking lot. What are you
there? Hey. I promised that DiCaprio wasn't photoshopped in our business. You guys are spreading rumors about me now?
What? No, there was I saw on the photo on the Facebook yesterday, and I'm trying to get up on the screen right now. I saw on the Facebook yesterday that Leonardo DiCaprio stopped by the vape shop.
Yeah, he's picking up some Delta 8.
I was going to say.
No way.
I was going to say he was grabbing some Delta 8 because they don't have that in Indonesia.
Yeah, and then plus, because this local brand nice, this is Magas. What's this?
Oh, my God.
I want to try this one.
I WhatsApped you the photo.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that, because maybe that'll explain why.
Wait, you have a local brand, Delta 8?
DT8 is his.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the Magas, that's our brand.
Oh,
we have
awesome.
that one made out in Vegas from our manufacturer. As far as I know, we're the only ones with the Delta 8 drink. Everywhere else is kind of like edible and vapables and stuff like that.
Oh, wait. So wait. No, that's real Joe laughing in the background here. So wait. Was he was in the store and he bought, because this looks like it's a Photoshop picture of him.
No, that's for real. That's him.
Well, I know that's a picture of him, but he was really on the security camera.
No, that's not Photoshop at all.
Oh my God! All right, Brad. Let me just say this: hook, line, and sinker. You got me. You totally got me. I was looking at the Facebook yesterday, and I saw that picture, and I said, "Wow, the Leonardo DiCaprio sure got around town." Because people on Twitter and Facebook were giving updates and sightings of Leonardo DiCaprio. I heard he went to dinner last night over at Jamaican Grill, so I wasn't surprised when I saw your picture up on your security camera picture. Oh my God!
I'm trying to jump in on the craze.
Well, I got you a bunch of free airtime. What the heck? I'm not going to charge you for this, because technically it would have been a news story as far as I'm concerned. Leonardo DiCaprio running around Guam and stopping by the vape place to go and get some DT8. By the way, has your manufacturer come up with different flavors? I really like the mango stuff. Not so much on the blue raspberry. You got any other flavors that you're coming up with?
Yeah, we're actually working on it. We just started our release in the States, so our Magas brand, Guam word going out there. So that's going to get distributed. As soon as we get the first round out, we will be coming up with some newer flavors. We're looking at possibly like grape or a honeydew or something like that. Or
No, Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew. I love Mountain Dew. In fact, you steal the logo. Yahoo Mountain Dew. You just, I'm sure that there's a way that you might be able to accommodate for you, because that's one of my favorite flavors since I was a kid. And you got to be careful about that because there might be some people that say that the flavors are going to be too yummy and too desirable to children. Sorry, what?
Yeah, because only adults only like omelet flavor. That's why.
Oh, speaking of omelet, while we're on the subject, even though it's not really omelet, I saw you pouring some of that tea into a 5-gallon jug.
Oh, yeah. We were just finishing up the last of the 55 gallons of tea that we made. So we're making a fresh batch today, and it should be ready by tomorrow. So,
really, that's not Photoshop.
Feedback. Great.
That's a good. They did a good Photoshop on that. It looks like he's standing at the counter, looking up at the menu of different flavors and goodies that you've got there. I am totally bamboozled.
I've got. I think we fooled about like 2 or 3 other people on there.
Yeah, but I like to think I'm the smartest guy in the room, so I'm sitting here kicking myself in the butt for falling for it. But you got me, and you got me good. I can hardly wait to see what you guys do on April Fools.
Oh man!
Start working it. Start working it. Hey, for folks that are interested, Crop King Hydro and all of the tools that you need to become your own dope wizard. How do we do that? Where are you? What's phone number?
Yeah, so we're 635-4769. That's 635-GROW. We're located in Delito at Satina Mall. We're like guys Paradise Fitness and Payless. We're open from 10 to 6, Monday to Saturday, close on Sundays.
All right. Now, if you want to put the icing on the bamboozle Ray Gibson point, what you might want to do is get this picture printed out with his autograph.
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, I heard that Toby's going to be stopping by Crop King later on. He's trying to find out what pest controls we're using. Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. All right, bro. I'll talk to you pretty soon. 888-8255, 888-TALK. That's funny. TJ got me. I'm looking at the picture on Facebook going, wow, that guy's really getting around. Taking everything that Guam is, just taking it all in, making his way up there and trying out some of the great DT8 juice that we've got here on Guam. Disclaimer, I've tried the juice, I've tried the DT8, and I will tell you, this is a sign that I'm a total lightweight when it comes to THC, CBD, whatever. Total lightweight, because I drank half of the bottle, and that was it. Denots. Good night. Except it wasn't night, but I cleared the calendar for the day because I wasn't sure how it was going to impact me. And then I tried another flavor, but I said, you know what? I took half that time, and it knocked me on the butt. So maybe this time I'll only take a quarter of it.
Oh, yeah.
And it still put me down. Put me down.
You got to operate heavy machinery after you
felt like
drink
Frank
that,
the Crank punched me in the head and knocked me out. And even when I woke up, / came to, even after that, I still had that feeling like I wasn't really in phase with the universe. Is that an adequate way to describe it?
It's an outer body.
Yeah. It's just the things weren't happening in the right kind of. I was out of phase with it. And I finally went to sleep for real and woke up the next day back to normal. 8:30. Before I'm done, I know Army is listening, and she's in charge of the fundraiser that is coming up on the 29th of March. And I got to mention this all the time because I think it's for one of the most valuable things that we're doing here on Guam. Woody Williams and the Medal of Honor Foundation, Team Guam Gold Star Family Memorial Monument Project. Now, they've got the space. They got everything that they need. They just need to build the thing, and that usually takes some amount of money. So they've got a fundraiser coming up. It's going to be at the Tower of London on the 29th of this month from 3 until 10 o'clock. You go in and give Army $10, and that gives you your first domestic beer, water, or soda. Here's a $10 water. No, I think I'm going to drink the most expensive beer that you've got in here. Point me in that direction. I'm sure that there's going to be some incredible food, and I know that there's going to be some groovy people. If you want tickets, please reach out to Army. You can right-clicker. Sorry, right-click her name on Facebook Live, and then you can contact her at 483-1671, and we'll make sure that somebody drops off those tickets. I've got a couple of tickets coming in from Sam Mabini a little bit later on, so I'll share that story with you before it gets to be too late into the program. 8:31 in the morning. Is there another fundraiser I wanted to talk about? No, there is not. Wait. This one here. And this is a picture I wanted to get up on the screen. This one comes from the Guam Freedom Coalition. Remember when the governor said, we're going to be doing lift one of the restrictions on eating indoors. You don't need to verify anymore your vaccine status, your vaccination status. Nobody's going to be checking, not like anybody was, but nobody this time, seriously, is going to be checking you if you are unvaccinated and a heathen and a dirty, dirty boy like Ray Gibson and Real Joe Cruz. You may now return to eating inside.
If it doesn't matter there, why does it matter anywhere else?
I don't know. Big science, Joe. How dare you question the science?
Man.
How dare you question the science? The trusted data that we've been gathering. And kind of curious, all you restaurants and bars that have been keeping track of all of the contact tracing that you've been doing, all the names and telephone numbers that you have added up, all of the papers. Are you supposed to turn that into somebody? Is there somebody coming in and taking pictures of it and scanning it and running it into a computer or anything like that? I think we've given up on contact tracing, period, on this. They're not doing vaccinations at the University of Guam anymore. Mona will tell you maybe in the next newscast where and when you might be able to get stuff like that going again. But it just seems to me that all of these things now are quietly disappearing. But when KUAM interviewed the guys over at Guam Freedom Coalition, they said, yeah, no, that's not enough. Just why not just go all the way through this and end the mask mandates, ask all men, get rid of all of in fact, why don't we just end this whole public health emergency? Let's just stop and do that. So if you are interested, even though it's late, you can still get behind them. Guam Freedom Coalition has the Shutdown Tyranny, No More Mandates or Emergency Extensions. Let your voices be heard. Stand on the right side of history. This will take place this afternoon at 4:30 at the intersection of 810 and 16. 810 and 16. 15, 16, whatever it takes. But kind of fitting that they're doing this protest and kind of wavy thing there. And I'll tell you why. Because between now and 177 days from now, that's going to be where politicians are going to be waving at you and asking for your vote, and they're going to be out there with their kids and their wives and and everybody's going to be waving at everybody. Bota. But remember when they do, that when we looked at the legislature to come to your rescue and at least create a system where somebody, the scientists, the mathematicians, the epidemiologists, were supposed to go to the legislature on a monthly basis and convince them why we have to extend this public health emergency. Nothing happened with any of that. So keep that in mind. Today, when you see these people, remember that they're trying to be on the right side of history and want you there as well. It's 8:35. Mona Silva-Tauren with that last big look at news and headlines coming up after these.
Howdy and half a day, folks. KFC's Colonel Sanders here. KFC is your go-to place for Lent. All of my delicious KFC Lent favorites are back this season, including the seafood Kelguin, popcorn shrimp, the seafood twister, the wasabi fish sandwich, and the fan favorite, the KFC shrimp burger. And just like my famous KFC chicken, the entire Lent menu is available for delivery. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
My family and I trust the FHP Health Center because of our connection with the healthcare providers. The services are mostly under one roof, enabling a one-stop for all of my family's medical, urgent care, imaging, dental, vision, laboratory, and pharmacy needs. My family and I trust FHP Health Center. You can too. FHP accepts most insurance plans, TRICARE, Medicare, Medicaid, and self-pay patients. For an appointment, call 671-646-5825, press 1, or takecareasia.com. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
What happened there? Yoo-hoo. It's all right. Don't worry about it. 8:36 in the morning. I know. You know, I could hear the way TJ was laughing and the way you're laughing this morning. I think you're both high.
Yeah.
I think you're both high as kites here this morning.
Well,
That's okay. Hey, you know what? There's people listening to the broadcast right now that likewise, bro, are just as high. I got somebody that sent me a picture of their morning kind of wake and bake thing, and I might be able to get it up on the screen here while Mana's doing the news. You know, if anything, but there are people that's how they start their day. Got some coffee, a little bit of cannabis. Go watch what's happening in the market. Watch the Ray Gibson Show on YouTube or The Point, and get things going. Now at 8:37, it is time for Mana with the last big look at news and headlines. What you got there?
Well, you were asking, as of yesterday, the vaccination clinic up at the University of Guam Fieldhouse, so that one's closed, but the Guam Community College multipurpose auditorium will be the venue for the vaccinations. Walk-ins will be accepted on a limited basis, but residents are urged to make their appointments on their Eventbrite website. It appears the pandemic is wrapping down. Also comes the closure of the isolation at the Bayview, which has been used for months now. Gov Guam will be handling some isolations, though, on a case-by-case basis, using rooms at the Garden Court in Tumon. From the JIC report this morning, 226 new cases. There are now 27 people in the hospital with COVID-19. And there's a virtual public hearing that's going to probably draw some considerable amount of testimony this morning. It's on a bill that seeks to postpone the implementation of a bag ban. This one would be for paper bags for business establishments that are affected. That includes retail and wholesale establishments. The bag ban, this bill rather, is looking to push back the implementation to January 1st of next year. Those are your top stories. It starts at 9.
They're going to push it back to January, and then you don't have to worry. Then they won't have to worry about a backlash from the voters when they go in and can't even get paper bags anymore. And how are we supposed to cover our books? What are we supposed to do with greasy, stinky trash? I mean, it's just one of those things. It makes a whole lot of sense to keep the paper bags. I don't understand why they're going this far, but this looks to me like a serious way to dodge the ire of the voters right around primary election time.
Supposedly there's some environmental impact. I don't know the science, but there's some sort of environmental impact with the manufacturing of these paper bags. I don't know.
This is not the end of the world. I don't, they're biodegradable. You get a paper bag and you put stuff in it for a while, and if you don't like it, you can burn it with the trash or you just throw it away, and it will eventually biodegrade probably a lot faster than the things that you put in it. And that's all there is to it. I don't understand. Somebody's got to make me understand why paper bags are a drag on the environment, why it's bad for the turtles, why it's bad for the deer and the antelope that we've got here on Guam. What is the impact here on Guam of paper bags? And if you can't explain it to me, then just leave it alone. I don't understand why we've got to do this. And like I said, this desire to push this thing over to January of next year is nothing but a way for them to make you forget about it and not be reminded of this cockamamie legislation right before the primary election. 8:39 in the morning. 888-8255 888-TALK is the telephone number. Before you go, celebrity birthdays. Happy 56th birthday to actor/rapper Tone Loc.
Oh, happy birthday, Funky Co Medina.
Wild thing. All right, this one's for you, Real Joe. This one's for you and all the single boys. It's Jessica Biel's 40th birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. That's Justin Timberlake's chick. He's married to her.
What?
Yeah. I've been following.
Oh, she's the one
wait.
from,
I still follow her.
Heaven?
Right?
Seventh Heaven?
Wait, I didn't get the memo. Wait.
Where is she from? Seventh Heaven? Is that the name of it?
Oh, she was in some baseball movie, I think, before, but oh my God.
Right?
Yeah.
Happy 40th birthday. Camila Cabello.
Oh, nice.
Got your attention on that one. 25.
Wow.
25.
Who is she?
This is the right age, because I want to say 25, 26 is we can date without my daughter getting mad. I might be off by, 10 years. But I want to say the window starts there.
Anyways,
yeah, she was with Fifth Harmony. Fifth Harmony she was with.
Canadian Bacon Day.
Oh,
I don't think they call it Canadian bacon in Canada.
They just call it ham, right?
I think so. Cold Cuts Day, Soup It Forward.
It's Canadian Bacon Day and Cold Cuts Day on the same day.
Imagine that. Peach Blossom Day. Oh, I love this. Because we know a couple of people of a political bend that do this. Talk in Third Person Day. Talk in third person day. Radio guys will do that from time to time. We'll talk about we, this, that, and the other. Yeah, but for me to say, yes, Ray Gibson says to end the COVID-19 public health emergency.
Oh, God.
It's like that World Wildlife Day and National Anthem Day. We've got a couple around here, so that's a groovy thing. So happy celebrity birthdays if I miss anybody that you know. Because I don't know why my Facebook notifications seem to be off. I'm not getting the birthday notifications at the same time these days.
Well, you can just go in there and hit events and then click on birthdays.
Oh, really? Is that the way that works?
Every day
okay, because
whose birthday is today and then whose birthday is coming up.
This is why I'll never be a good politician, because I miss all that stuff. Because I missed Lee Weber's birthday, 75 years old.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
When was that? That's awesome.
The other day, but I completely missed it. Folks were wishing him a happy birthday yesterday.
Because he was on with us the other day.
We were talking about him the other day, that's for sure. And there's time to talk about him a little bit today. You can go if you want to, but
okay.
page 4, AG's inactive email is no excuse. Ray Gibson reached out to Lee Weber the other day, because he's talking third person, and I asked him on the email, I said, hey, bro, did you not get a bounce back notice from your FOIA request over at the Attorney General's office? And he said, no. Why? Who's asking? And I sent him a picture of the article from the Guam Daily Post where the guys over at the AG's office said, no. That Lee Weber. You know, he sent that to a disused email address. That doesn't work anymore. But usually your, IT Kuya experience might vary. But if I sent an email to an address that was defunct, as it were, I would usually get a bounce back that says the address is unavailable, kind of an email version of a 404 error. And Lee Weber didn't get that. So he's not crying foul. He's basically saying that's no excuse, because it did not receive the request. The OAG stated that it did not violate the law. In a letter Tuesday, Weber stated that their email system did not provide any notification that the FOIA demand could not be delivered. It is clear that the email addresses to which I submitted my Sunshine Act demand and the notice of the violation of the Sunshine Act were not shut down. You did not read, but you did not receive my Sunshine Act demand and the notice of violation of the Sunshine Act, he stated, before demanding that the OAG fulfill the request. Carlina Charveras, stated that their position that they are not in violation of the disclosure law and that it remains the same. However, the OAG is in receipt of Weber's initial request now and will respond to it. Weber also submitted another Sunshine Act request. Are you ready for it? Requesting all of the emails assigned to the Attorney General's office, domains used by the office, and other information related to email use. We even want to know Eric the Eagle's real email address. It's for the kids. 8:44 in the morning. Ray Gibson says, take a break.
Just in time for Lent, it's our delicious BK Big Fish Sandwich. 100% white Alaskan pollock, breaded with crispy panko, topped with sweet tartar sauce, tangy pickles on top of a warm toasted brioche bun. Also available, our Impossible Whopper, 100% Whopper, 0% beef. Enjoy your Lenten season with French fries and a refreshing brewed sweet or unsweetened tea. We're ready to serve you this Lenten season. Now available at BK Hagåtña, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and at the airport. BK your way.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evolt 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evolt 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evolt 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
Hafaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Interesting commentary on the Facebook Live. Nate says, surprised they haven't tried to ban chopsticks due to all the bamboo used only once. I don't want to give the Youth Congress any more ideas. That's an interesting point you bring up there, Nate. I'm not sure if all of the chopsticks are made from bamboo. I know that many are. And an argument was made by among the Chinese, and I think they were pointing it at what's her name, Greta Thunberg, whatever,
yeah,
the little
how
dare
dare
you
girl.
chick, yeah, who was complaining about that, and they said, "Look, baby, little one, chopsticks are made from bamboo. Bamboo is a grass; it's not a tree, and that's why we can." And have you seen the way bamboo grows? Anybody that has put one of those little golden decorative bamboos in the yard, and they're so cute when it's just one. And then a year later, you realize that you have lost total and complete control of that. You've got these golden bamboos now that are standing 75 feet up in the air, and they've got brothers and sisters and cousins all the way around them. And you can't eat the shoots fast enough. Grandma, my mother.
Oh, you used to eat those?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
That's how we maintained control over the crop, is that she'd go out there every once in a while, take a look at the ground, and scoop out some shoots, and we'd eat that for dinner tonight.
Wow.
But I'm saying, so there's chopsticks that are made with bamboo, but I also seem to recall reading a few years ago that among the big exports of the hardwood that comes out of the Northeast was a lot of that wood was being used to manufacture chopsticks. Now, don't ask me where this part of the conversation is going. I have no idea. I'm just saying it seems to me that if we put a ban on something like chopsticks, I'm wondering how many jobs might be jeopardized. It's like the paper bag ban. This is simple business when you stop and think about it. You have the tree, and then they cut the tree down, and then they make paper things out of it. Cardboard, the box that my Apple Watch comes in, all of those kinds of things. And maybe the occasional paper bag. And I like the paper bag with the little string on top, like they give you a Jamaican Grill. Love that. And I'm wondering how many people might be out of a job if we're no longer manufacturing paper bags or chopsticks, because, I don't know, paper is bad. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And I'm sorry, I know that there are other things that I might be able to get rankled about here. It's just the idea of it. Somebody over at the legislature was able to convince everybody else that paper bags were banned. Were a bad thing somehow for the environment. And I'm trying to figure out what environment she's talking about. I don't think there's any problem with paper bags here. Now, I'm not to say that I'm unwilling to do the research. I just think it's a waste of time for something like this. So if and I might just keep hammering this just because they're going to be talking about it over at the legislature. Look, guys, you need to get in there and concentrate on things that really make a difference to us. Why are we wasting legislative time to talk about that? Why are we not talking over at the legislature about how we're going to make it more palatable for people to live in Biden's America in 2022? Why are we not talking about ways that the government can help business reduce prices of goods and services all over the island? Why are we chasing that? I don't understand it, and it just seems to me it's, as I said, a waste of legislative time to do all of this. 10 away from the top of the hour, 5 away from the top of the hour. And I wanted to take a second. We might talk issues and stuff like that, but I did want to say happy birthday to my friend Lee Weber.
Thank you, Ray.
Well, thank you. I appreciate all the years of guidance and help whenever I've needed, and just the fun of sitting around with you and drinking a beer and talking about so many different ways of the world. So, like I said, I do appreciate that, and I hope that we can continue to do this until I'm 75.
I hope so too, because that'll put me at 90, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know what, with significant medical technology, frankly, it's a miracle that you've lived this long, but I think with the way medical technology is going these days, there's always that possibility, Mr. Weber. So I chuckled when I was reading the story here in today's Guam Daily Post, a follow-up on something that you and I were talking about. So you sent them the FOIA request and then the damage letter that said that you guys are in violation, but the guys over at the Attorney General's office said, no, that's an inactive email account, and and nobody reads it. And to which I'm thinking that sounds like a line of BS around here. They got it. They just, the kids have a word for this on WhatsApp. When you send a message to somebody and you get the verification that it has been delivered and read, but there's no response, the kids say they left you on read, and I think that's what happened over at the Attorney General's office.
I really don't know. All we're trying to do is remind people of 3634 and how important it is to the people of Guam, so that the people who work for taxpayers, which is everybody in the government of Guam and everybody who's elected, we don't work for them, they work for us. That law is there to make sure that the work of the government, the way they spend money, the actions they take, the impositions they impose on us from time to time, are clearly laid out so that the people can go and can speak to those issues. And I think that's critically important. And I think the people who drafted and passed that law deserve a pat on the back, because it's a good law. It's an excellent law. And all in the Vigilance Committee, all we're trying to do is remind people to follow it. And it's not that hard to follow. As for the AG, I don't know, but it's my understanding that those emails that we used were just canceled yesterday or the day before, but they were very active. And I think the fact that they said, well, they didn't follow it, well, that may be true, but you shouldn't have emails you don't follow. And it's that simple.
Well, you never got any notification. You didn't get an error message on your email that said that it was undeliverable.
No, we did not.
All right, so you had every expectation. Yeah, you had every expectation that they had received it, they'd read it, and were working on it. Deadline to respond had elapsed, and therefore, in your mind, and I don't disagree, they're in violation of it unless somehow or another you were made aware that it was an inactive account.
Well, it's kind of like if I'm driving down the street and there's a police officer on the right-hand side at the corner and the light's red and I drive through it and I tell him, oh, I didn't see that light. Mm-hmm. He's still going to give me a ticket.
I appreciate the analogy.
Say, not seeing it isn't getting away with it. And you're right, we didn't receive any notification. And I've gotten, in the time that I've been on the Internet, numerous bounce backs where they say this email is non-existent or something to that effect. They tell you it's not active is what they do.
Right.
And that is not what happened. And so whether or not they monitor emails remains their responsibility, not the taxpayers. And they have that responsibility. They shouldn't shrug that responsibility. They should take it as seriously as they take breathing in the morning. I mean, it's just, and if you don't want to do that, then you don't belong in office. It's all.
8:54 in the morning. Lee Weber on the line with us from the Vigilance Committee. The Vigilance Committee, using apparently approved and working email addresses, are also asking for the complete inventory, if you will, of applicable email addresses that are functioning in the Attorney General's office.
Yeah, we just don't want them to make the same mistake twice. We're trying to help them.
Well, every once in a while, you ought to go out there and prune your email addresses if you've got that many. I'm just curious, off the top of your head, do you remember the email address that you'd sent it to? Is there any reason why it would not be working? I mean, like a general delivery email address for the AGO?
No. It was a named email.
Oh, I see.
I can't remember the name on the email exactly, but I mean, we have record of it, so that's not a problem.
All right, and so they gave you a current and working email address. Do you remember that?
Not off the top of my head, no.
It wasn't Eric the Eagle at Attorney General Guam, was it?
I can tell you it wasn't. I would remember if it was Eric the Eagle.
8:55. Boy, I'm dying to ask you questions about what you're thinking about these days. I wish you and I were sitting together at the get-together yesterday afternoon for that Peter Scrow threw for us. But I'm going to anyway. What are you thinking about these days? When you went home, did you catch what you could of the State of the Union address?
No. I didn't listen to him. I sort of made a habit of that. It irritates me.
Just, I ain't going to waste any time on that monumental waste of time. Well, what are you thinking about with local politics? Surely you've been paying a little bit of attention to some of the rumors that are floating around, some of the names that have surfaced.
I think we ought to have a part-time legislature, and I think we ought to elect people who believe in that, because I think we'd get a better cast of individuals overall. Doesn't mean you're not going to get duds from time to time. That's going to happen.
Right. People that are trying to outlaw and ban paper bags, we're still, I think, going to have those guys.
Yeah. Well, you know, I've eaten my share of paper when I was a little kid, and I'm not dead. So.
Exactly. I'm trying to figure out just what the problem is with paper bags and why. I know why they want to extend it to January, the imposition of the bag ban to January, because they don't want anything to happen around the primary election. They don't want to have to be dealing with irate consumers on Guam saying, "What? I can't get a paper bag now?"
It's woke fear. So
theater, I think, is absolutely right.
Yeah, it's sad. I don't know what's happened. I mean, and at 75, and you kind of lean back and you go, "Gosh, I made it this far. There's so many times I should have died, and I didn't." So God must want me to keep going. So I'm going to keep going.
Well, let's keep going. Let's keep raising hell and calling them out when things look idiotic. 8:57 and change. Last thing for you, and this might get some interesting commentary. Obviously, you're watching what's going on in Ukraine with Russia. Concerns that might spread a little bit, get viral, and infect the Chinese with a little bit of military wanderlust and eyeing Taiwan.
I think what it will do, it'll distract people and allow the Chinese and Taliban and North Koreans and people of that ilk to go do things that they wouldn't normally do, because other people would be watching more closely than they're watching now. Not that we don't watch closely. We always watch closely, but we watch closer when there's not something aflame going over in the corner. And I think it's unconscionable having had the good fortune, I guess, to have fought in ground combat and been under siege for 60-some days. I don't envy anyone in the Ukraine, the position that they're in. And I really hope God's heavy hand is on the Russians, because I think that what they're doing is just unbelievably wrong. And the world should look at it and say, including the Chinese and the North Koreans and the other folk of their ilk, should look at it and say it's wrong. You don't invade a country for any reason other than greed and power. That's not the reason for full invasions, although that's why wars are fought.
There's, I wonder how this is going to end. They seem to have got Putin painted into a little bit of a corner here. Things don't look like they're going the way he had originally intended. I think he wanted a kind of a blitzkrieg takeover and almost immediate occupation. And clearly in the week that we have seen, the Ukrainians are not going to be giving up the fight as easily as he thought.
Well, if you look at the history of Ukraine, they don't give up.
kind of like the Vietnamese and the Afghanis. We'll just keep fighting you until you go.
Yep. And that's not going to end nicely. That's going to be a very bloody mess. But it does appear that potentially, some of the Russian people aren't very happy with Mr. Putin either, because of the things that are going on in his country, and the fact that he's got a 40-mile-long convoy that isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting rumors floating around about that. Hey, listen, it's just after 9. I got to jump into Fox News. Happy belated birthday, and appreciate your time, Lee.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
I will, my friend. Here it comes, the Fox News on the point.
Ukrainian cities are now surrounded. Russian forces claim today they captured a strategic port city on the Black Sea north of Crimea. U.S. officials dispute that claim, saying the city remains contested. Russian and Ukrainian forces also battling for Kharkiv, the country's second-largest city in the northeast, a target for some of the 450 missiles Russian forces have fired into the country since the start of the war. Ukraine's top diplomat saying today he's urging the West to send more weapons, and not just those javelins and stingers. He wants bombs for his Air Force jets, quote, now. A sign those jets don't have enough bombs to bomb those big Russian convoys.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson in Lviv. Meanwhile, the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court in The Hague has opened an investigation into possible war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine. In Superior, Wisconsin, this afternoon, President Biden again said the U.S. supports Ukraine.
We sent an unmistakable signal to Ukraine and to the world that we, the United States of America, stand with the Ukrainian people. We stand with them.
And the president said when the history of this era is written, Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. The White House COVID response team out with a plan it says will allow Americans to return to normal activities.
We are moving forward safely, getting back to our more normal routines. And under the latest CDC recommendations, most Americans in most of the country can now be mask-free.
Coordinators at Science, one highlight of the plan would provide free antiviral pills at pharmacies for people who test positive for COVID. America is listening to Fox News.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Senate Judiciary Committee Chair Dick Durbin says hearings for Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson are set to begin March 21st. Today, she had her first face-to-face meetings with senators. Fed Chair Jerome Powell before a House panel today telling lawmakers supply disruptions have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated.
Exacerbated by waves of the virus, and price increases are now spreading to a broader range of goods and services.
But he says he supports a traditional quarter-point hike on a key interest rate when the Fed meets later this month, rather than a larger increase some policymakers have proposed. At the same time, he did open the door to a bigger hike in the event that inflation doesn't noticeably decline this year. A payroll company has released a job market report that could forecast a trend of more new jobs for 2022.
The job market is looking more upbeat for the start of this year. Payroll processing company ADP says there were 475,000 new jobs created by private employers in February, more than forecast. And ADP now says in January, private employers created 509,000 new jobs. It initially reported a decline in hiring in January. The Labor Department releases the February employment report on Friday. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
American authorities have returned 9 looted artifacts to Jordan that were seized from a billionaire collector. The items were among 180 seized by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office as part of an agreement with collector Michael Steinhardt to avoid prosecution. Since the agreement in December, U.S. authorities have returned artifacts that Steinhardt had to Turkey, Greece, Bulgaria, Libya, Iraq, and now Jordan. He was not accused of stealing the items himself and claims he didn't commit any crime, but the DA says he knew or should have known that the antiquities were stolen. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you some news here that even makes Nancy Pelosi excited. I've got the video, and this was just before the announcement that Chili's has the seafood you crave. You can see how excited she is about that. And the flavors that you love for Lent. Indulgent, delicious, Lent-friendly soup, salad apps, and entrees. You'll find them on the second floor of the Tumon Sands Plaza. That is Chili's.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on thepoint.gu.
Again, Albert. The other caption I've got in my head is Nancy Pelosi finds out there's 5,000 sailors in Tumon.
Yeah.
Too much? Not
No.
enough? All right.
Perfect rate.
Every once in a while, I get a note from somebody, some people that say, you really need to tone it down a little bit. And I'm going, no. Why? Why do I need to tone it down a little bit? Because I don't want to be found at the bottom of Two Lovers Point. I don't know. Where are we? 7 after 9 o'clock in the morning. What do you want to do? The 50 minutes left in the broadcast. Where do you want to go? It was nice talking to Lee Weber. Always nice to get his thoughts about what's going on. I knew if I started talking about what was happening in Ukraine and Russia and all of that stuff, I knew there would be something there. And there's more to that. Unfortunately, it's hard enough to get him to talk on the radio. Right, but when it's just me and the lads over a couple of beers and a cooler, I usually kind of sit back and just listen to these old guys go. I mean, I'm sorry, not old guys. They're more senior than me, obviously, but it's just nice to be able to sit back and go, wow, just what the lives that they've led. And the opportunity to be around real men. I mean, we're not talking about, capri pants and soy latte kind of boys. I mean, we're talking about dudes that were running around with real men, carrying real guns and shooting at people that were shooting right back at you. That's an amazing thing. And so I love just sitting back and listening to those conversations. 8 after 9 o'clock in the morning, as we make our way through all of this, the image that I'm showing now yesterday, just one of the crazy kind of loopy images that we get. And so she certainly never reacted that way when Donald Trump was in the House chambers delivering the State of the Union address that we know of.
She tore papers.
Yes. She was never
ripped it
happy
up.
about. She's all giddy about the nothing sandwich that Joe Biden was preparing for everybody.
Yeah.
Just seemed to avoid all of the issues that people really want to know about. I think I might have heard him talk about strengthening the borders, but it was just something strengthening the borders and then moving on. I didn't hear any concrete plans that he's got out there. He was talking about a $15 minimum wage, which is one of those things. I mean, students of economics will debate about this forever. But you watch the minimum wage rise, and then the cost of goods and services eventually rise to the point where any gains that have been made by giving somebody from $11 an hour to $15 an hour evaporate. And then you've got businesses, and I'll tell you a secret. I'm one of them that says, there's a value to every job in any business. When I was a little boy starting out in the radio game, 16, 17 years old, weekend overnights. And you better believe that was minimum wage. There were benefits? No, there's no. You were working weekends, overnights. Is there advertising there? Do we have people standing in line dying to buy ads in the middle of the night? No, we don't. That job, while necessary, is not worth any more than what the minimum wage is. Maybe when you've been doing this longer, maybe when you've packed in some experience and understand the job a little bit better, you can get a raise. But even then, unless you're doing something that's very productive.
How much were you making, Ray? Minimum wage?
Oh,
3?
I'd have to look at what it was in 79,
3,
78, 79, whatever the minimum wage was then. That's what I was making. Of course, things weren't as expensive as they are today.
Gas was $1.
When we thought that was pricey.
You thought it was
the second
expensive.
oil embargo, yeah, because it went from like 50 cents to 60 cents almost overnight on Guam to $1, and that caught everybody's attention. But you could literally, I want to say, go to McDonald's as an example and get yourself a Big Mac, large fries, medium Coke for under a few dollars, under $5 for sure, under $5 for sure. What's it going for now? What's that?
Yeah,
what's that?
8,
What's
9?
that meal deal going for? I go through a bunch of drive-throughs and see the prices. I went one place and I got a sandwich, fries, and a drink, and another sandwich just because I'm fatty anymore, and wanted to make sure that I was full. And it was almost $20, like 17 some.
Yeah, it's crazy
for
now,
that
man.
kind of. It is getting kind of crazy out there. And there's it's for $15 to have a guy sitting behind the counter flipping burgers. We'll go ahead and do that. And then the price of the burgers that they are flipping go right through the roof. 9:12 in the morning. So there was a crazy conversation going on over at the State of the Union address. Now, on the line with me now, and we're reaching out to him for a couple of ways. Yesterday we were looking for him because I wanted to find out what his thoughts were on what the potential was for the State of the Union address. We weren't able to talk to him yesterday, but I've got him on the line now. Juan Carlos Benitez, who can now give me from the Republican statesman category what your impressions were after watching the State of the Union address. Good morning, Juan.
Good morning, and glad to hear from you guys. I'm sorry about my cough, but even after being double vaccinated and boosted, I tested positive to COVID a couple days ago. So
oh my God! But you were double vaccinated and boosted. Biden said that you don't even have to wear a mask anymore. How is it possible, with given all of the science and the trusted data that we've thrown at this, that you could still get COVID-19? In the very least, do you know who you got it from?
No, I do not know who I got it from, but I'm sure that they're going to take credit for the mildness of my symptoms. They're going to say it's not your immune system; it's actually because you had those vaccines on you. So
no, you've got a strong immune system that is bolstered, ladies and gentlemen, from the fact that he is, number one, a beekeeper, and 2, honey harvester. And we all know the important values and healthy impacts of having pure natural honey in your life.
Amen.
Amen. That's where I'm leaving it. So I got home yesterday after spending a little bit of time with some folks and just talking stuff. Got home, sat on the couch, and put on the tape on YouTube from somewhere. I was thinking I was watching the YouTube feed of the Fox feed of the State of the Union address, and I thought it was going to end up being a very pessimistic and downplayed State of the Union, because in my estimation, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have done absolutely nothing noteworthy, and virtually everything that they have touched has been a disaster, starting with Afghanistan, the southern borders, inflation, rampant inflation that is impacting everybody, inattention to early problems when they were still fixable in the supply chain. The guy that was in charge of the Department of Transportation was off on some kind of paternal leave instead of taking care of business and making sure that we could get ships into the Los Angeles harbor and Long Beach harbor. So I'm trying to figure out what they could have spent an hour and a half touting.
Yeah. Well, none of the things that you mentioned were even mentioned once during the speech. So they sort of forgot about those realities. They did spend over 20 minutes talking about Ukraine, even though he kept calling him Iran a number of times during the speech. But and that's a serious situation. He did not mention at all that his withdrawal from Afghanistan had had a huge impact in bolstering the attack on Ukraine.
Well, wait, hold on a second. And one other gaffe, another slip, was he did not take an opportunity to thank the Gold Star families of those 13 men and women that were killed in Afghanistan during that botched pullout.
Absolutely.
There should have been an acknowledgement of the last sacrifices and the last of the sacrifices that you can possibly make as a soldier, and nothing about those guys.
Yeah. Those were the things that were missing that I feel was a disservice to our nation, because we need to realize where we're starting and sort of be honest about where we're going and why we are here.
Well, why didn't he talk about China? I mean, what are you hearing through your channels? I mean, that certainly should have been an issue that we brought about. I mean, if I was Joe Biden, of course I'm not, but if I'm the guy in the United States of America that has spent an untold amount of money keeping, to the best of their abilities that they're bragging about, keeping the economy going and keeping people healthy with vaccines and test kits, why would you not say that you would put some pressure on China to help figure out what the source of all of this was and why they weren't more forthcoming with the information that they had early in the game?
Well, not only that, it should have been an opportunity also to mention to the Chinese that this attack on Ukraine and what's going on in Europe should no way or manner signal weakness of our position with Taiwan, and that we would defend Taiwan in any situation. That none of that was brought up, but I think it's more of a bigger problem. If you hear what he said is. He's going to try to double or strengthen the made in the U.S. Requirements to buy U.S. And he's going to increase the minimum wage to the United States. He wants a $15 an hour minimum wage coming in. But then he's going to lower inflation. And I'm trying to figure out how do you achieve that in the way that he's describing it. That he mentioned, so I think how many barrels of oil he's going to release?
60 million? Nothing?
Less than a week, and in a worldwide basis. It was sort of intriguing to listen to it. He said he's going to enforce our borders, but then he said he's not going to build a wall. He's going to do it electronically. He did mention one of our major talking points, the Republican side, that we need to focus on worker immigration. We need to increase the numbers of worker visas. The Democrats have said that they would not do that unless we do amnesty on all the undocumented workers that are in the United States, which are 13 million.
He wanted to get it all done at once and put it behind us, but there are people that have been standing in line and going through the process of migrating correctly in the United States of America, and what an incredible slap in the face to those people. So why bother with it? If you can get from the Philippines to Mexico, come to the country that way. You want to come in from the Ukraine, from anywhere in the planet, if you can get yourself down to one of the southern borders, come on in. Apparently we're taking everybody.
Yeah. Then one of the second most shocking thing for me was if you looked at the State of the Union address yesterday, I think I saw one mask. All it took to eliminate the mask mandates in Washington D.C. was that the president wanted to have a State of the Union address. Next thing you know, gone. And all the Democrats that kept complaining about the risk of not wearing a mask, not a single one of them had a problem. That was amazing to watch.
They were holding their breath the entire time, Juan. That's what was going on there. So the response from the Democrat Party on Guam is, do Guam Republicans agree with Trump that Putin is smart, savvy, and genius? And I think this is maybe this is going to get Tony Babauta fired. It says the Biden-Harris administration has invested historical amounts in our island, from healthcare to infrastructure, from child care to education, historic levels of economic growth and investment in workforce developments. And I'm going, wait a second. I thought the narrative out of Adelup was all of that was because of Lou and Josh. Don't go. I mean, what it looks like Tony Babauta has done here in this is exactly what they're criticizing Mike Nicholas buying ads for with what's the name of the guy from Sandcastle, Mark Baldiga, and Jeff from Pirates Cove, saying thank you for the federal dollars. Now Tony Babauta is doing that in the response, apparently, to the speech. Aimed at the Republicans, wondering if we also agree that Putin is smart, savvy, and a genius. I'll tell you what, Tony, he's smarter than Biden.
Well, here's my response. I think the Democratic Party of Guam should be focusing in Guam and what's going on in this island, not in national talking points about Putin and whether he's smart or not. But if he wants an answer to that question, I'm more than glad. Never underestimate your enemy. Never underestimate your enemy. Reality is that we are in the situation we are right now because Biden underestimated Putin. Is he smart? Is he conniving and willing and knows what he's doing? Absolutely. Is he an evil man? He is. We have no problem with that. But to not treat him that way is a problem. To assume that he is not smart, it is a major problem. Now, what does that have to do with the crisis we're suffering here in Guam?
Let's talk about $5.50 a gallon gas
increase. Yeah, in our pumps. How about the fact that small business, all the businesses here in Guam are suffering and closing every other day? You know, you drive down Marine Corps Drive and you see the for lease and for sale signs. You go to Route 8, you see the for lease and for sale signs. In every part of this island, this business are struggling. How many businesses you know that no longer open 7 days a week or 6 days a week? They're open 3 or 4.
Well, I just found out about a place. We were talking about this last week. Is the pet store? First of all, Feathers and Fins is closed. I mean, and for a variety of reasons. I'm sure that the economic doldrums that we're in right now also factored heavily. And maybe if things were better, they would have been able to find somebody that would be willing to take over the business. But it's kind of dicey, and at this time in 2022. To ponder the idea of taking over a business or even starting a business, which leaves only a couple of other, pet stores for people to go. And I was talking with the lady that runs Opus One, and I thought, well, you guys are out of business. And she said, no. We just have limited hours. So, like in the afternoon for like 3 hours, they're open, and that's it. What's the deal on the Tea Gallery? They're not open on a regular schedule these days either.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The other one for me, which is an example, is Guam keeps touting, there's a lot of new job creation. Well, when you look at the amount of the businesses that are opening and the reason they're opening, you can't ignore the businesses that are closing. When you're losing major businesses across the island, and then you're having some of those employees trying to start their own small operation, that's not going to produce the same revenues for the island that the old business did. In addition to that, we have a serious problem that we need to look at. Our biggest anchor in retail has been Kmart. Well, do you know how many Kmarts are left in the United States open?
I think just 2.
There are 4.
4
left in the entire United States, and this is one of them. So what's going to happen when this Kmart closes? Where are those employees going to go? That's been a magnet for some of our tourists that come from our region to come and buy at that store.
That's right.
So we need to try to figure out how we make our businesses survive. If a Walmart were to come that does not buy from the local wholesalers, how can we help prevent them from coming in and then losing some of our biggest wholesalers locally because they lost their number one revenue source? So we need to start looking forward and noticing what's coming across, what we're about to face, and come up with a strategy on how to address those concerns. And I don't see that from this administration, and I haven't seen it for the last 3 years.
Juan, we get millions of dollars that have not, that I'm aware of, even sorted out on how we're going to spend that money. And I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I remembered what the number was from before. It was $1.5 billion or so, and they had only started working on moving, I want to say, a third of that. But I mean, there's still a whole lot more money that we've got access to that we could be pushing towards keeping more of these businesses open and finding more opportunities for people. You know, I was very happy that to help them at GCC talk about the graduates from their boot camp programs. But there are hundreds of opportunities out there, and we're only getting them employees about 25 or 30 at a time. We need to move through this process much faster.
Yeah. Well, at least good news is it's an election year, so I think we're going to finally see some of the money flow prior to November. Even on the territorial highway fund alone, there's $100 million for highway reconstruction on island. So I see, it is, I think, a 3-year program. So I see our roads starting to be paved. I'm excited to see that. I want to see more. Of that, I think some of the water lines will start to be coming out because there's a lot of money on the federal side.
But that's old federal money. That's not ARP money. That's not the new stuff. It certainly isn't Build Back Better. But those are monies that have been sitting around for a long, long time. The work that's being done on Marine Corps Drive, and soon work that's going to be done on San Antonio. Those dollars have been sitting around languishing, and the problem is we don't have enough construction guys to be able to do it. Everybody's got a gig on base or Camp Bloss or someplace else.
Yeah, so that's where we need to figure how to get our folks to come back home. You know, it's if you look at the population of this island, we've lost a lot of our relatives have moved out because there was no job opportunities. Now we need to figure a way to convince them to come back.
I think we're going to have to trick them.
Talking about trick, one thing that was sort of funny on the State of the Nation, he said, "Oh, we have the largest job growth in history," and I felt like going because everybody resigned to get the poor.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, the whole pandemic mismanagement caused for worldwide a global economic shutdown, and yeah, so some of the jobs came back, but you're right. A lot of people sitting on the pool until they were told that they weren't going to get it anymore, and then they said, "Well, I guess I better go back to work," and so we saw, a whole lot of people going back to magnet jobs, and then they claimed that was, hey, look at us, the biggest job growth. You weren't starting at zero here, guy. It went backwards and it came back. The wave went out and it came back to shore, and that's what we're referring to as job growth. I think that's I think it's kind of bold-faced. That kind of, do you think we think they're just saying, look, you're dumb and we know you're dumb and you're not going to argue this point.
Yeah. You know, the other part for me, where we need to, where I see a problem here with the Democratic Party of Guam, is they dedicated the end of the speech to talk about the voting rights and making sure that everybody is allowed to vote. And I want everybody to be able to vote here in Guam. I absolutely support that. I would like us to be able to vote in presidential elections. That's what that bill in the United States is all about. It's about federal elections. And I am surprised that the Democratic Party of Guam, the legislature of Guam, haven't wrote a single letter as this bill keeps moving on through the Democratic side to make sure that the territories, including Guam, are included in the right to vote for president of the United States and vice president. And they talk a lot about how we need to make sure that voter suppression doesn't do. No one's trying to do any voter suppression, but it is really bothersome that we're trying to pass a law that will allow permanent residents and even undocumented residents in specific states to be able to vote in federal elections. and still the citizens, the U.S. citizens of the territories, are not allowed to vote.
Aye.
That is shameful.
I don't disagree with that point. 929, and please bring your ID. Bring your ID with you when you come to vote. If you need that to sign up for food stamps, you should need it to go and cast a vote in this country. We should know who you are. And only one ballot per person, please. Is that a rule that we're all okay standing on? 888. I was waiting for him to say Jim Crow because I was playing the drinking game later in the afternoon, so I was thinking maybe if I hear Jim Crow, that's I think 2 shots in my drinking game. 9:30 in the morning. Now here's what I need, and could you work on this with Felix and or Tony? At some point today. Mike St. Nicholas has already come out, and it looks like Mike is on the same side as we are, wanting to get everything as lifted as possible, open up our community, and end these public health emergencies. So we got Biden basically saying that COVID is behind us, and the governor's office said that they absolutely stand by everything you said in State of the Union address. So let's see it. Mike St. Nicholas saying, we share the president's sentiment at this time. It's let's open up our community, get people back to work, normalize managing COVID like we do all other illnesses and diseases, get rid and get all of the relief money that Congress made available, to include the over $400 million this administration is sitting on, out to our people. Mike St. Nicholas said that. I need Felix to say that too, because I think that's the only way to get any kind of reaction out of Adeloop. Is to hear things like that coming from their primary competition, which is Miguel and Felix.
Yeah, I will send them the message.
I appreciate that.
And get to that.
I was waiting for a GOP written response on the so too.
Yeah, I am. Well, part of the reason is I'm a little bit under the weather. Sorry about that. And number 2, we have Senator Jim Moylan. We sent to D.C. To make sure that he started campaigning and supporting some of our causes.
Oh, good.
We need to make sure that we show and work with Congressman St. Nicholas in a bipartisan effort to pass legislation that's good for Guam.
We'll talk about that when you're feeling better.
We do.
All right. Appreciate your time here. Juan Carlos Benitez and double vaccinated, boosted. Just say what I say. It's not COVID. I got beetle nut stuck in my throat.
The longest I told you so ever, Hire.
Yeah. I'm going to do that, though. When it's all said and done, and it's very, very clear that this has nothing to do with science. It's got nothing to do with COVID-19. We've got it all dressed up. All of the conspiracy theories that people had accused all of us about over the last 2 years, all of them are working out true. And here we are. There's already elections taking place. Remind me, I want to take a look at what's going on in Texas. But there are already elections taking place. There are already seats that are up for grabs. I think this morning another Democrat said I'm not running again in Congress, and I'm going to lose. I'm going to get my butt handed to me by virtually anybody that is running against me, because the Democrats have done such a lousy job with all of this and need to own everything that Biden needs to own. Can you imagine? Where we are these days? And the fact that it's a monolithic Washington, D.C. They control everything. You would think that these would be the best of times. Hey, wait a second. Didn't I say that about in the last 4 years about where we are? You would think, because we've got Democrats that are in charge of everything virtually here on Guam, that these would be arguably better times for all of us. But wow, $14 a gallon milk, $5.50 a gallon worth of gasoline, and there's got to be another way besides vouchers to be able to take care of this. We talked about that with Dave Sablon yesterday. So I'm not going to go over that ground yet again. I did want to get one last bit of commentary. It'll go for a couple of minutes, but I think it's a good couple of minutes. Sean Hannity had, after the State of the Union address last night, Ted Cruz on. Now, not everybody loves Ted Cruz. There are times where I'm not sure if I like Ted Cruz, but I thought he hit it the nail on the head, which is the correct expression. He hit the nail right on the head with his thoughts on the State of the Union address. And let me see if I can get this on the air for you.
Seems like, if I were to sum this up, ignore all the failure, give out a lot of bumper stickers, slogans, platitudes, and not address what's actually happening in the world, more specifically the one sanction that would work as it relates to Russia and Ukraine, and that, of course, would be stopping the importation and exportation of any energy by Vladimir Putin.
Sean, I think that's exactly right. You know, tonight was the 10th State of the Union that I've been on the floor of the House of Representatives to hear from the third different president. And this was the most out-of-the-touch State of the Union speech that I have ever heard. Biden went through a litany of acknowledging some of the problems we face in this country, but utterly denying any responsibility, any culpability for it. So he acknowledged galloping inflation, but didn't say a word about the trillions in spending and trillions of debt he rammed through that caused that inflation. He acknowledged gas prices are skyrocketing, but didn't say a word about the war on domestic energy production that his administration led. He acknowledged the need to secure our southern border, but didn't say a word about the failure of his administration to enforce the laws leading to the highest rate of illegal immigration in 61 years. On Ukraine, he acknowledged Russia's invasion, but didn't say a word about the disastrous weakness from his administration, the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan, or his decision to waive sanctions on Russia on Putin's Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which is what directly led to this invasion. On every issue, he was like Sergeant Schultz from Hogan's Heroes. I see nothing, I hear nothing. With him, that may be right, but he denied any and all culpability. And I'll tell you 4 words that I didn't hear at all tonight. I didn't hear crime. He didn't acknowledge the crime rate that is soaring across this country, the murder rate that is soaring across this country because of the Democrats' push to abolish the police. He didn't say the word China even once. It was stunning that China is the greatest geopolitical threat facing the United States, and somehow it didn't make it into the speech. He didn't say Afghanistan. He didn't even acknowledge the disgraceful surrender and retreat that he led. And he didn't say Israel. That was really striking in a State of the Union, and I think it was really a disappointing speech.
Let me ask you, what?
And there you go. There you go. A couple of minutes, and it went by really quick, right? I mean, I thought he was dead on all of his points. And Ted Cruz and their synopsis, if you will, their analysis of what was happening with the State of the Union address. 9:37 in the morning, the Ray Gibson Show, until it's not going to be anymore. About 20 minutes. We got to take a break, and then when we do, I will. What song and dance can I do on the other side? I'm trying to think. I'm looking. I'm serious. I'm looking at the table of. Well, I don't know. There's not much news here today. We had the State of the Union address yesterday, and Tobey Maguire and Leonardo DiCaprio, and they're gone. So I'm looking at the rest of this, going, wow. What else do we have? What do you want to talk about? Which bars and restaurants in Tumon are going to be the hardest ones to get into because there's 5,000 or 6,000 sailors in the area right about now. Maybe some of that, or I'll do it differently. For the businesses that are not in Tumon, where are we going tonight? Because there's some place where we don't have to worry about getting a chair and not have to wait 20 minutes to get a cold beer in our hands. Just ponder that. 888-8255 if you would like to contribute on the Ray Gibson Show.
If you're a veteran and have upper extremity and hand problems that's interfering with daily function, have Dr. Jerome Landstrom, board-certified hand surgeon and combat veteran experienced in combat and civilian traumatic injuries, treat your injuries and hand impairments to improve the use of your hands in your activities of daily living. Call 671-646-HAND or visit its website at www.pacifichandsurgery.com.
Howdy and half a day, folks. KFC's Colonel Sanders here. KFC is your go-to place for Lent. All of my delicious KFC Lent favorites are back this season, including the seafood Kelguin, popcorn shrimp, the seafood twister, the wasabi fish sandwich, and the fan favorite, the KFC shrimp burger. And just like my famous KFC chicken, the entire Lent menu is available for delivery. KFC is finger-licking good.
Fuel up today with the new $8 gasolina meal. 2 all-beef Nathan's hot dogs, a big bag of chips, regular-size M&Ms, and a 16-ounce gasolina energy drink. A brand-new drink in a black can that brings a burst of energy. Drive in now and fire up your day with the $8 gasolina meal. Promo is only available at your favorite Circle K Guam locations while supplies last. Circle K. Take it easy.
In 20 minutes, it'll be 10 o'clock in the morning. This is the Ray Gibson Show, 93.3 The Point, being brought to you by the guys over at Nissan, and you need a new car. I'm just telling you right now. Didn't you hear the State of the Union speech? Oh, my God, happy days are here again. Joe Biden's going to take care of the economy. Everything is going to be just like it was in 2018, 2019. They say it will never be as good as it was before. But no. With that State of the Union address, you should be inspired to buy yourself a new car. All right, well, tell you what, I know you want a new car, but you're a little freaked out about where things are going to be going money-wise. Let me take this pressure off your shoulders. Guys over they've already got some great prices on 2021s that they need to clear off the lot. Number one. Number two, you got decent credit, and they'll figure out whether you got decent credit or not. How about this? No down payment. So it's not like you got to reach into savings. You can just sign the papers and drive off today. Well, the papers that you got to sign, though, there's a deal in there as well. How about this? How about you don't take care of the first 3 payments? You always like that, buying a new car, because then, it's you're done with the old car, and then you get like a month grace period where you don't have to make a car payment or something. Imagine 3 months where you don't have to worry about car payments. They can do that for you. Or 0% APR on the life of the loan. Free money. I hope I got you convinced. If not, I'm sure there's more that can convince you. Dial 671. Make it easy. Go to NissanGuam.com. I got a long distance call. Oh, yeah, we got to bring that one in first. I got great names. I got Jack's on the line, wants to talk. Doc McNinch is hanging out. But I'm going to defer to this guy because he's going to do this like golf, outside to inside. Havajani, Utah.
Hey, Ray. Hey, real quick, I just wanted to talk real quick about the emergency powers being extended there on Guam and make give a quick analogy or comparison to what's happening here in the States in one particular state.
Sure.
The state of Washington is the only state that has continued their emergency powers, identical to what the Red Queen has done there on Guam. I think his name's Insulin, but at any rate, he basically came out and said what everyone there on Guam is saying is that it's about the money. And he flat out said, I'm extending these emergency powers because I want to get the federal dollars. I want the money. And, of course, it erupted protests. There's been some big protests in Seattle and Tacoma, all over the state of Washington. No, I'm not in Washington. I'm in Utah. But it's all over the news. And not to mention, the legislature there in the state of Washington looks like they're going to pass it. They have a bill that they're getting ready to vote on that is going to limit their governor to being able to make a proclamation of an emergency longer than 90 days.
Yeah, I'll bet they're kicking themselves for not having that in place before. But I'll give it to you like this, because I think this is important, and note the timing of all of this. They had the power to create and vote new legislation in at any time over the last 2 years, as our legislature here has as well. There's no reason why they could not have created that legislation and put it in place for the next emergency. But they haven't yet.
Well, actually, they what happened in the state of Washington was there was the local voting for their state legislature. They just got Republican control.
Okay, so at the very first chance, these guys got in there and have written the administrative language that they needed.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Because I'm waiting for that to happen around here. We've got an election coming up before too long, and I'm waiting on these guys to start beating on their chest again, talking about the powers of the legislature and how it is that they need to be brought in, at least legislative council, to be able to talk about these recurrent public health emergencies, where we would need, in the very least, experts from public health, the governor's office, people rolling by here. So that they could look at and be convinced by the science that these public health emergencies are still still need to get renewed. And if that doesn't happen, then what's the point of having the legislature? And nobody's been able to answer that question for me.
Well, one thing on Guam there, the Republican Party needs to step it up. They need to show tenacity. They need to start acting like Zelensky. I'm sorry, they're not doing their job.
Well, you made a tough comparison. There's nobody that is going to fight like Zell here on Guam, unfortunately. I appreciate that. I was in fact, I was looking while you were talking to see if I could find some images of the protests in Seattle. Unfortunately, the only thing that I could come up with was images from them protesting during the George Floyd days, the BLM movement. And
you can't use Google. You can't use Google. Google ain't gonna work. You gotta go in the back doors. Maybe jump on the dark web.
See what Reddit's got to say. I'll talk to you pretty soon, Johnny.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. You have a fantastic day. I got Dr. Ron McNinch on the line. Good morning, Doc.
Hey, happy day, Ray. Happy day, Guam.
Always nice to talk to you Thursdays, and you get a dose of Dr. McNinch in the Guam Daily Post. I forgot what it is that you're talking about today. It was interesting at the time, but that was like 4 hours ago. So let me cue this thing up and see what it is that you were writing about. In the meantime, did you watch the State of the Union address?
Oh yeah, I watched all the commentary and all the the State of the Union. Yeah, I'm not too enthused with the president.
I don't think he got a bump at all. I know that there was some research that was being done almost immediately after the State of the Union address to see if anybody felt inspired to go out there and make significant investments in the economy and move forward. I'm delighted that he thinks that COVID might be behind us, but I think we would get more play here on Guam if guys like Mike Sinicolas and Felix Camacho and Tony Atta started talking more about lifting the mask mandates, and especially the mask mandates on kids, vaccination mandates for employees of the executive branch, and unfortunately, unless they start doing that, I don't know if there's inspiration over at the governor's office to do what Joe Biden said they should do.
Well, if you go on Claplines and looked at one thing that he said, he made a comment about basically the impact on women's sports line. That is, we got to give rights to everybody, and including trans people for whatever. And he got hardly any applause for that at all. And it's part of the kind of the line of thought that they're trying to push to everyone. His ideas aren't as popular as some of the people in his administration think. And don't get me wrong.
There's people in certain generations, for them, that is a very important, a vital conversation, one way or the other, so that people can live their lives the way that they want to. And I don't know that I've necessarily got a problem with that, but I think that's the conversation that you have after we figured out how Russia and Ukraine is going to work out. That's a conversation that you have when we figure out how China and Taiwan is going to work out. That's a conversation that you have when you can convince the middle class that you got their back. It's not just going to be about taking care of very rich people and very poor people. I didn't hear anything in there that was aimed to help the middle class in this country.
Right. And I think, if I recall the statistics, like 2,000 boys under 18 can run the 5K faster than the fastest woman in the world. And so this impact on women's sports is one of the big things that for some folks, it's a big deal because, I think we might have mentioned it before, the swimmer in Pennsylvania case. And I think they need to there has to be some kind of accommodating balance. And don't get me wrong, I'm not anti-trans people or anything, but I think that there's a kind of things need to be looked at a little bit more closely before the impact on women is made, because this will really affect women a lot. women are half of our population. And you know what?
Somebody needs to make their own league, is the thing here, Ron. Somebody needs to make their own. I mean, if that's the way it's going to work out, then you need to compete on your own in your own separate Olympics. Let women that are born women compete with each other. Let men that are born men compete with each other. And if you've made some decisions, arbitrary or otherwise, on your gender identification, that does not follow you into the world of sports. And we've got to stop looking the other way and saying, "Oh, it's okay, boy. It's all right. You can do whatever. Here's another Barbie doll." And I think there's just been so much of that over the last bunch of years that for some people, sometimes it feels like the decisions they're making are arbitrary. 10 away from the top of the hour. Commonwealth Now. That's what you were writing about. And the secret study from back in the day. I remember that was a great book that oh, golly, it was Dirk Ballendorf and another fellow lawyer. I can't remember his name, but it's in my library. I thought it was an interesting piece of writing.
Mr. Willens. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? It was very, very clear. Ford said, give Guam the same deal, the Commonwealth deal. Give Guam the same deal that the CNMI has. And the little bureaucrats in DOD and Department of Interior just timed out Ford, so it never happened. It never came up during the Carter administration, and it just went from there. And we should have, and the key thing is, it won't change, our political status, but it will make things better here in terms of the kinds of federal relations we have. And for some reason, I believe there are people here who don't want us to have any improvements on our federal relationship.
Oh, hell no. Then they wouldn't have meetings, and they wouldn't be able to go to the UN.
Yeah, I think that there's something to that. And that's unfortunate because, we can, if we think about it, and all we have to do is ask for a special representative from the president to come here and talk to us about what we need and put together a bill for Congress. That's how you get change. You don't do it just by yelling at Congress or sending sweeping resolutions. You do it by working with the president and asking for a special, like an ambassador, to come here to help find out, do some fact finding, and come up with a bill to make things better. That's how the CNMI did it. That's how a lot of other jurisdictions in the United States have done it. There's a particular formula to do it, and we just don't follow it.
We'll work on that. I appreciate your time here. I need to get Jack on the line and then have enough time here to explain to the legislature that there are more ways to make paper bags than the kind that they've got in their head, and there really is no good reason to ban plastic bags. I suspect that they're having a public hearing on the extension until after the election because they don't want it to be an issue while the primary election is being discussed. 9:52. I'll talk to you pretty soon, buddy.
Yeah, man, I got some food the other day at a restaurant. They made me hand carry the pieces individually. There was nothing to carry the food out in.
Thank you. 36 Guam legislature. All right, Brett. Got to go. I'll see you later.
Yeah, man.
Jack, you're next. Go.
Yeah, so about Ron McNitch, I feel like I'll let him know right now. I will debate that guy any place, any time, any forum about Commonwealth and how wrong he is. And he could bring all his people against him. I could play double coverage against this guy. So, real quick about
I love you, Jack. Can I just say, I never know. I never know which Jack I'm going to get when I press the button. I'm happy I got this one.
That's what you get when you let me follow Ron. All right? I'm like Joe Biden. Instead of a teleprompter, I'm walking up with my paper, my speeches, and I stumbled. And
Paper's bad. Paper's bad.
I gather it up, and they're all mixed up, and I don't know which page I'm on. That's how I feel like, but we got to hand it to President Biden. I do support the Uranians because we do need them for our Lithuanian batteries to operate our electric cars. So, yeah, we need to support our Uranians right there. This is the best time. The governor could have jumped on this, get what Bob Pussy called earned media, and say, hey, we'll get the refugees to come here to Guam, but I'm guessing they're the wrong skin color, so that's why it was never offered. I mean, there's so many ways that we could have, come up on top of this stuff politically, and I got to say about Juan Carlos, you need to concentrate on putting the election back on when it's supposed to be. One day, one day only. Because if you let me go on before Ron, I would explain that historically, conservatives will drive through rain, snow, sleet, tornadoes to vote. Liberals, on the other hand, will stay home. And this question was proffered for years and years and years, and it's always been the same result, that they never bothered to put it into any survey ever again. If voting was to make it easier, would you vote? If what else? If it was extended, will you vote? It always profited one party, and it was, it didn't do anything for the other party. So that's one thing you need to look at. So I hope Juan Carlos will look at that. The Republican Party will look at that. Put it back to where it was. Make the field even, make the voting even. And we have problem with ideology here, but we need to get through this. We need to do things right. And I understand. I understand what people are going through. But yeah, I would suggest that other than that, it was pretty sad. It's sad that at this age and age, I was born. You and I were born during the Cold War. I served during the Cold War till its end. I would never phantom the day that the leader of the free world of democracy would be Vladimir, a guy named Vladimir, and the last name Lewinsky. I'm not being racist or anything.
No. I hear what you're saying. The symbol of freedom now, and maybe that's what we're talking about, because I don't know just how democratic they are out there. But the symbol of freedom, the symbol of patriotism, the symbol of courage and heroism is this Zelensky guy. It's amazing. And I mean, the guy could get on an airplane, fly to the United States, and win any election that you wanted to throw at him. He just charismatic and brave, and has found ways to unify his country in ways that maybe have never happened before. But they seem to have sorted out what they needed to do. The city of Kherson now has fallen to the Russians. That's the latest in the news beat.
Yeah, but you hit the nail on the head when you said the lack of mention of what happened in Afghanistan, the loss of life, the sacrifice of those 13 soldiers. The list goes on and on. And what can you expect? And
81 million people voted for him, though. He's the leader of the free world now.
Well, here's my push. I don't want, I'm just an average caller. I'm not a phone banker. But this is another reason why I would vote for Michael St. Nicholas is he's a unifier, because he'll be the first person from Guam to ever hold the delegate office, be a senator, and if he became governor, he'll be the first person on Guam to be from the binary gender. So, I support that.
Oh my God! I got to be careful, because when you're on the air, you have the license in your mouth, and so I'm gonna take it back now, because I got a couple of minutes left, and I want to hammer the industry here, the folks over at the legislature. My buddy puts it right. It's Brother Ray. That's me. I'm Brother Ray. Says, if these paper-bagged legislators are wearing homespun and living on 900 calories a day like Gandhi, then they have all my respect. If not, then this is nothing more than insulting eyewash. This is Prince Harry flying a private jet to an environmental conference and walking on stage barefoot. If you lack the imagination, the will to do something meaningful, then please do nothing at all. If you are going to the legislature, or if you are at the legislature and you're within the sound of my voice, the conversation about extending the paper bag ban, rewrite that, put in an amendment. No, we're going to kill the paper bag ban. I know but there's so much pollution that is made in the manufacturing, in the processing, all of this stuff. Okay, you know what? You can make paper bags out of things other than wood. What? Sugar cane waste. Go to Australia. Sugar is a big industry down there, and they can't obviously use all of it. So once they get all of the sugary stuff out, you're left with pulp. What can you do with pulp? Quick refining process, mash it down and turn it into paper. The Japanese have been doing that with bamboo for centuries, and it's some of the finest paper that you can get your hands on. Straw, paper can be made from straw fibers too. If it is implemented effectively in rural India, it can encourage farmers not to burn crops rather than sell the straw for a price. Jute twine is used to make high-quality writing and specialty paper. Coconut husks. that grow on trees here on Guam are usually discarded, but the fine twine is now being used to create paper with a thicker texture. I'll give you another one. Bananas. They've been making banana leather, but you can also make paper out of the skins of the banana. Not impossible. Use your imagination, guys. They keep talking about the green revolution and another industry that we can have here on Guam. Bananas grow like wildfire, and we could process that into the paper that makes paper bags. You can even use, are you ready for this? Elephant poop. Look it up. Elephant poop. And now on that one, I must go and bid you adieu. For Leonardo DiCaprio, Tobey Maguire, Jerry Roberts, Real Joe Cruz, and Montesilva Tyron, this is Ray Gibson saying thank you so much for listening. Love you. Mean it. No Frowny Face Friday tomorrow starting at 6. Here's the news.
I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court in The Hague is looking into the possibility of atrocities being committed against the people of Ukraine dating back to 2013 and also sparked by Russia's invasion. As the Russian assault continues, though there are reports that it significantly slowed down.
Evidence of supply line issues continue to manifest in fuel shortages, and then there is the stiff Ukrainian resistance. Ukrainian nuclear workers have set up roadblocks and are using their bodies to block the roads leading to their nuclear facilities. There are 15 active civilian nuclear facilities in Ukraine.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the U.S. has made it a priority to go after oligarchs or Russian elites who she says are key to President Putin's corrupt power. And she says the Treasury, along with the Justice Department and U.S. allies, plan to uncover, freeze, and seize their wealth around the world. A new Fox News poll shows a Biden-Trump rematch in 2024 is not what voters are interested in seeing.
Numbers are more than half that don't want to see either 2020 standard-bearer run again. 56% hope former President Trump doesn't. Even more, 64% hope President Biden decides against it. Even so, the very conservative favor Trump's candidacy, while black voters still strongly back Biden.
Fox's Gernal Scott. The poll also found former President Trump is more liked among voters at 45%. President Biden, who has already stated he intends to run for re-election, had 43%. Trump has not said if he will run. A judge has rejected an effort by New York's Attorney General to put the NRA out of business, but will allow her lawsuit accusing top executives of illegally diverting tens of millions of dollars from the gun advocacy organization to proceed. America's listening to Fox News.
Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
I'm Ben Domenech, publisher of The Federalist, and I'm inviting you to join a new conversation with the smartest thinkers out there about the country and where we're going. It's the Ben Domenech Podcast. You can subscribe now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, FoxNewsPodcast.com, or wherever you download your podcasts. This new show will feature deep dive interviews with newsmakers and some of your favorite Fox News analysts. I hope you'll join me. Subscribe to the Ben Domenech Podcast.
Subscribe and listen now by going to FoxNewsPodcasts.com.
The ACLU is suing the state of Texas because it says the state is punishing a couple for allowing their transgender child to have hormone treatments.
A lawsuit filed by the ACLU claims Texas Governor Greg Abbott is unfairly singling out the parents of a child they claim is transgender and to whom they've been giving hormones intended to stop the child's natural adolescence. An order by the governor directs state agencies to investigate such matters as cases of child abuse. The child's mother is employed by the state's Children's Services Agency, and she came forward to her supervisors asking how the order affected her job. She's since been placed on leave. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Ford will split its electric vehicle and internal combustion operations into two separate businesses. The automaker says it plans a major restructuring. Ford Blue, focusing on traditional vehicles, and Ford Model E, which will develop electric vehicles. It says the two companies will be distinct but strategically interdependent. Fitbit is recalling about 1 million of its Ionic smartwatches.
According to the Consumer Product Safety Commission, Fitbit has received at least 115 reports in the U.S. of the lithium-ion battery overheating. The agency said it received 78 reports of burn injuries, with 4 reports of second-degree burns and 2 reports of third-degree burns. And customers can check whether the Ionic watch is affected by checking the model number on the back of the device where the wristband attaches. The recalled watches were sold at national retailers as well as online through Amazon.com and Fitbit.com between September of 2017 and December of 2021.
Fox's Ted Linder. Consumers can contact Fitbit to send the device back and get a replacement or refund. Warner Brothers has decided to halt the release of The Batman in Russia. The decision comes just days before the movie was to open there. Disney and Sony have also said they will pause releases of movies in Russia. I'm Lee Silasara, and this is Fox News.
Listen to The Point anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Find your favorite stations like The Point and discover more. Music stations, local and trusted news sources, sports talk and team coverage, plus today's biggest podcasts. Find it all on the Odyssey app. AUDACY.
You might be a tailgater. If your day is not complete until Tall Tales starts at 4 p.m., you might be a tailgater. If every time you laugh, you now sound like the real Joe, you might be a tailgater. If you don't like Fridays because Tall Tales is not on during the weekend, you might be a tailgater.
Tune in to Tall Tales with me, Bob Klitsky, Monday through Friday at 4 p.m., only on 93.3 FM. And you, too, can become a tailgater.
Top Fox News headquarters in New York City.
Brian, everything you say is awesome. I love your show. I'd like to compliment you on having the best show on radio. Thank you.
The most approachable radio host in America.
You're different than any of the other folks on the radio, so thank you for what you do.
Thank you for always calling balls and strikes. I really do appreciate that.
It's Brian Kilmeade.
Thanks so much for being here, everybody. It's the Brian Kilmeade Show, 1-866-408-7669. You know, we're coming to you from New York, but heard around the country, and I hope heard around the world as people are focusing, thankfully, on the Ukraine. Even though many of you have never been there, most of you, 6,000 miles away from this country, you realize if you let this country fall, they're coming after the Baltic nations. They're coming after the NATO nations. And then who's going to have the stomach, the spine, to take on Russia? We have to. That's why they got to stop here. Rich Lowry joins us this hour, so let's get to the big three.
Now, with the stories you need to know, it's Brian's Big Three.
Number 3.
The State of the Union is strong because you, the American people, are strong. We are stronger today. We are stronger today than we were a year ago.
Yeah, that is President Biden's State of the Union address. It was just about an hour. It was uneven, unorganized, and for me, divorced from reality. What about you?
Number 2.
The Biden administration continues to talk about how they're going to go hard after Vladimir Putin, and they're really